All right, sorry for the delay, everyone. Welcome to the January 18th, 2021 zoning hearing board meeting. First things first, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. So if we can start, everyone stand.
Pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic
For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
All right, the first thing, we have 3 items we have to do tonight. First things first is reorganization, then we'll hear the application for 117 East Valley Creek Road, and then the Preet application third. First things first, do we have any nominations for chairman?
Dave, I'd like to nominate Mike Mastroni for chairman.
Gotcha.
Mattioni.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Brian, second. Roll call. I guess, Amy, you vote on this too, I guess?
In favor.
Favor. Denise,
In favor.
Brian,
In favor.
who am I missing? Dom,
Favor. How you doing, guys?
Hey, Dom.
Dave Ramondo,
In favor.
Mike Mattioni, I guess.
In favor.
Congratulations. Mike, you get to take over the meeting.
Thank you, Dave. The next item on the agenda is a vice chair. Do we have a nomination for a vice chair?
I'll nominate Dave Ramondo for vice chair.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, so we have a motion and a second and a vote. I guess, Amy,
In favor.
Denise,
In favor.
Daly,
In favor.
Dominic.
In favor.
The chair votes in favor. Mr. Ramondo.
Thank you. In favor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Do we have a nomination for secretary?
I'll
Mr.
nominate.
Chairman, I nominate Brian Daly.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Now, Amy,
In
your
favor.
vote.
In favor.
Denise,
In favor.
Dom,
In favor.
Dave, Armando.
In favor.
The chair votes in favor. Mr. Daly,
In favor. Thank you.
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic.
You're welcome. Congratulations.
Do we have a nomination for solicitor?
Mr. Chair, I nominate Dave Sander, Esquire,
And the Kilkenny firm?
in the Kilkenny firm.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Denise. Excuse me, Amy, your vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Denise,
In favor.
Brian,
In favor.
Dominic,
Favor.
and Dave Armando.
In favor.
And the chair votes in favor. Do we have a nomination for court reporter?
Yes, I nominate Alyssa Metz.
I think it's Paula Massaros.
Okay, I don't see the whole name. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It says Alyssa, but that must be her daughter, right? There you go.
Okay. Hi.
Paula, right?
Okay, Paul, I'm
What
sorry.
happens if that went?
It's all right.
Would her daughter be the court reporter if we voted?
I know, I forgot it. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I
Do
take that.
we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, let's roll call vote. Amy,
In favor.
Denise,
In favor of Paula, sorry.
Brian,
In favor.
Tom,
In favor.
Dave, Armando,
In favor.
and the chair votes in favor. Thank you. So I believe that concludes our reorganization, Mr. Sander.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and would you introduce our case, 117 East Valley Creek Road?
Certainly. This is the application of Timothy O'Brien. This is for a variance, actually two variances from section 602C1 of the Plymouth Township zoning ordinance to allow a side yard setback of 5 feet 6 inches where a minimum of 15 feet is required, and to allow an aggregate side yard setback of 23 feet where a minimum of 35 feet is required. This relates to property located at 117 East Valley Creek Road in Plymouth Meeting in the B residential zoning district.
Thank you. Is Timothy O'Brien here? I see he's here.
He is here.
Mr. O'Brien?
Here.
Okay, Paul, you want to swear him in?
Yes, please state your name.
How are you?
Record.
What's that?
Please state your full name for the record.
Say it again.
Can you hear
Please
me?
state your name for the record.
Timothy O'Brien.
Raise your right hand, please, sir, so I may swear you in.
Yes, it's Timothy O'Brien.
Yes, raise your right hand so I may swear you in. Can you hear me?
Ooh, it's frozen.
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Paula. Mr. O'Brien, can you hear?
Can you see me?
He-
Can you see me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
No,
Yeah.
your audio is horribly garbled. You may have to call in using your phone. Doesn't sound like the computer audio is going to work.
Looks like he's frozen.
Well.
I think he's trying to connect from another source.
Is it?
Like half the time.
Is that you again there, Mr. O'Brien?
Unmute yourself.
Use my phone.
All right, here we go.
Trying to go through.
There you go.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, except now it's an echo, so you're going to have to turn off your
I muted him. He's
audio
good.
on your computer and just use your phone.
You just leave that up?
That's
That
better.
sounds good.
Okay.
There you go.
Start
All right.
again.
Sorry about that.
Paula,
Yes, raise your right hand, please, sir, so I may swear you in. Please, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. O'Brien, would you explain to the board what it is you're seeking to do?
So I would like to build an attached garage to my house. Right now, there's a carport in that same location. I would like to tear down the covered carport and put a garage in its place.
Okay. Next.
Charger?
And the dimensions of the garage?
The dimensions of the garage would be 12 feet wide by, I don't know the exact depth, probably about 30 feet deep.
Is that roughly the same dimensions as the existing carport?
It's close to the same dimensions as the carport.
And do you have anything further to add?
I mean, just a garage being in the same place as the carport, you know, I guess, That's my goal. It's a covered carport. I'd like to turn it into a garage.
Okay. I'd like to have questions from the board. Ms. Bygott?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to ask you, other than parking a car, do you have any other plans for how you're gonna use that garage? Because I know you already have a garage.
For storage.
Is that the main purpose for building this garage?
For storage and to park a car in, yes.
Okay. Does the neighbor next door to you, the closest to the garage, have any concerns about you building this
She
garage?
She does not. She does not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Daly?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Brien, what do you plan to do with the current garage? You're going to continue using that for parking a car?
I currently don't park a car in there. I currently have tools,
Okay.
the kids' bikes, and they also have a Power Wheels. And, I also have, just miscellaneous stuff. We have 4 kids.
Yeah.
I also have a wife that lives here. So the current 20 by 10 garage is filled with, storage. So I can't currently park a car in there.
Okay.
And the lack of storage that we have in this house is, another reason that we need more storage.
Okay. Okay, yeah. And I noticed that you have some trees currently in the side yard. Are you going to be removing them and doing any kind of repaving or anything?
So the trees are actually on the other side.
Okay.
And there is a small tree next to our driveway that I think is probably right around the property line. And that tree is getting near the end of its life. It's really falling apart. I mean, it's not doing well at all. I think it has some type of fungus or disease to it. I don't know if it's going to last that much longer.
Okay. But you're not expanding the driveway or anything as part of this project, right? You're just
No.
swapping out the carport for another garage.
Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Curley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the carport actually has a driveway on it, right? So you don't have the side yard variance now already, right? You already have the variances in place? How did you put a side yard carport?
Well, I didn't put the carport in. That was existing when we purchased the house.
Okay, and the garage is going to be in the same footprint as the existing carport?
So the only extra space that I would need, I guess, is to dig the foundation next to the carport.
So you're going down. I'm talking
so-
about going back or going sideways.
So sideways, I believe it would be 2 more feet. And then going back, I don't know the exact dimensions going back, but I guess when we would apply for the permit, we would figure out the exact number. But if I had to guess right now, I'm thinking that it's close to 30 feet.
It's 28 and a half according to your drawing.
Oh, 28 and a half. Okay, there you go.
And it looks like the existing carport is 12 feet wide and you're going to a 14-foot garage?
No, I think the current carport is 10 feet wide. The
And you're
concrete.
going to 12, okay.
Yes, sir.
How about the back property line? Do you have any trees or anything that give you a buffer with the other neighbors? Fence, trees, anything?
We do. We have a large, I guess, privet hedge. And then I also planted arborvitaes in front of that hedge. So we
Okay.
do have a nice buffer.
And there's no shed on the property and there's just a carport, right? Is that what this says?
There is a shed on the property also.
Okay, that missed the drawing?
That's not in the drawing?
I don't see it here. What, is it in the front or the back?
Well, the shed's in the backyard.
Not on the
It's not on
drawing.
It's not on the drawing.
Yeah.
It's not on the
There-
drawing?
No,
There is a shed in the rear of the property.
Do we have any issues with the impervious coverage after the garage is put on?
I don't believe so.
No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Armando,
Do you currently park your car under the carport?
Sometimes I do, yes.
Does anybody, I'm trying to I drove up and down the street and I'm looking at Google Maps. Does anybody else in the neighborhood have a garage that replaced their carport?
I don't know if there's anyone that has a garage on my street that replaced their carport, but there is a house that has a 2-car garage down towards the corner of Valley Creek and Bell. And the garage entrance actually goes in from Bell Road. It's a 2-car garage.
Is that-
Same original footprint of the house,
is that a
same
cor-
type of house.
Is that a corner house?
Yes, it is.
All right. So I just to be completely transparent, what happens is once one person gets a garage like that, everybody comes to zoning looking for an addition to, to get more space than the original zoning allows in a neighborhood.
Okay.
Follow me? I just want to be clear. That's a concern off the bat, but
Yeah.
I mean, other than that one house on the corner, I don't see anybody else that has a garage like that. Are you aware of any other neighbors airing any concerns about putting the garage on the side of the house?
I'm not aware of that, no. Just to be clear, there is a carport and it does have a roof on it in that space now. Okay.
Yes, I do see that. No further questions.
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Armando. Yeah, when I look at the shed, I mean, it looks like you have a pretty large shed here. You know, so I'm just wondering, how much space do you need if you're already using the existing garage for storage?
So,
You've got this fairly large shed back there that looks like it's, I don't know.
yeah, so
10 by
we have a snow blower. I have a lawnmower. We have the like the patio furniture, cushions, Christmas decorations, things of that sort that typically would go in a garage. And a lot, honestly, like a lot of the stuff that we would typically store in the house has migrated to the shed because of our lack of storage in the house. We don't have, I guess, what you would consider a full basement. So, one of the reasons for the garage would be for more storage as well.
I mean, because it does look like it's a pretty large shed. Yeah, and you already have an addition, at least one addition on the house too. So,
Correct.
possibly 2 additions. I can't quite tell.
It's one addition. We added that 4.5 years ago
On the front,
on the back.
on the back, because it looks like there's an addition on the front over the, I guess, living room as well.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
it's ownership, but it looks like an addition.
that was part of that same addition. Yes.
Okay. All right. And I guess the other question I have is, did you speak to your neighbors, both sides across the street and behind you?
Yes,
And nobody had any complaints?
they did not.
I mean, I do see behind your house, you do have what looks like a decent sized hill between you and the houses behind you. On top of that, you have the arborvitae's and whatever. So it does look like there's some buffer between the houses behind you and your house.
Correct.
So looking at that, I mean, the main concern would be that the house, I guess it's 119 because they share the side yard and would, lose the open air that you now have with the carport if you have this garage.
Correct.
So
And she has assured me she's perfectly fine with that.
Okay. I have no further questions. Mr. Sander, do you have any?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Brien, do you plan to install any utilities in this garage?
I don't think so, only because I do have an outlet and a light in the carport already. So I don't think I really need additional utilities. I just plan on using it for storage and parking.
So you would keep that existing outlet and light that would serve the garage?
If I'm allowed to, yes.
Okay. How tall is the garage?
You mean the carport or?
No, the garage, the proposed garage.
So I think the roof would probably go up to, like an A-frame roof. It would go up to underneath the existing roof that is there now.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, all right, I guess that would be roughly at the peak, it would probably be 15 feet at the peak.
At the peak of the A-frame, okay.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. I would defer to Mr. Conroy, Mr. Chairman, who received a correspondence on this matter as part of public comment.
Yes, we received an email from a resident from Cormar Road. Should I just read this, Mr. Sander, or?
Yes, I believe that if we were holding an in-person hearing and the person was asked to make public comment, this person would have come forward and read a statement.
Okay.
So it's appropriate to put that in the record as public comment.
All right, I'll read the email verbatim as it was sent to me. David, as per your request, please forward this to the zoning board with my concerns for the upcoming hearing regarding 117 Valley Creek Road. I have not received any official notice that this meeting was taking place and do live within the 150 feet of the property's border. I understand that local mail has been delayed and may be part of the issue. I am working this evening, and since the notice was not received, could not get it off in the time period. This property has had substantial additions that took place that added height to the original structure. These homes were placed on lots for the size of the original structure. I purchased my home because of the space and privacy it provided. I have lost privacy from the initial addition that was allowed and will lose additional if this setback is allowed. If this variance is allowed, then what stops the next neighbor to build with the same setback? The space between homes is what makes this a beautiful neighborhood and allows individual privacy. If we continue to allow large structures to be built on smaller parcels, then we may as well have townhomes. I don't wish to hold up a decision and wanted to have my concerns heard. Respectfully, Joseph Epwright, 20 Cormar Road.
I do want to note that the property was posted because I was out there and the posting is there. And I know, Mr. Conroy, you said that the mailings were sent in a timely manner.
Yes, and we didn't have the mail sent back to us, so they were mailed out 2 weeks ago in the appropriate time period. It was also posted on our website and as well as in the local newspaper.
It's obvious he had knowledge of it. He sent in an email, so.
Correct.
Beyond that, I would like to see if there's any public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak out in favor of this application? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Okay, so we have no public comment beyond the letter from Mr. Epwright. Do we have a motion from the board?
I can't see it.
I'll move that we grant a variance from Plymouth Township zoning ordinance number 342 as amended. Article 6, Section 602.C.1, to allow an aggregate side yard setback of 23 feet where a minimum of 35 feet is required, to allow a side yard setback of 5 feet 6 inches where a minimum of 15 feet is required, at the property located at 117 Valley Creek Road in a B residential zoning district.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Freeland. Okay, let's have the roll call vote. Ms. Pyga,
I'm gonna say I oppose.
Mr. Daly,
In favor.
Mr. Freeland. Did you vote, Don? We couldn't hear you.
In favor, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Ramondo,
I understand the need for storage, and I feel your pain, but I'm gonna have to oppose on the grounds of just every house would then be able to get a garage, and I don't think I think that the space allowed is a reason for that, and for those reasons I oppose.
the chair votes in favor. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien, and good luck with the garage. But that was not an easy decision. Thank you. With that, we have to move on to the next matter. Mr. Sander, and I will check out.
Thank you, Mr. Mattioni. Mr. Chairman, appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. See you next
Thank
time.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy your night, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Right, for the record, the chairman is not participating in this particular hearing. He has not participated in it from the start. This is the third hearing on the application of PREIT for relief for a special exception to allow a 503 unit apartment development in the shopping center district pursuant to section 1100.R of the Plymouth Township zoning ordinance. We had last ended, I believe, and Mr. Kaplan will correct me if I'm wrong, the testimony of the applicant. In the interim, Mr. Kaplan submitted exhibits from their exhibit packet. Their exhibits A, I'm sorry, I apologize. It was the PowerPoint presentation, Mr. Kaplan, correct, from the last hearing that you submitted to.
It's a PowerPoint, but it contains all of the exhibits, and I believe they were all numbered, David.
Okay. Just want to note that we've received that for the record. Any additional evidence, Mr. Kaplan?
Not at this time, but I went back and I read the transcript, and we put off my offering the exhibits into evidence. And unless Peter's got an objection to them, I would ask that they be admitted as exhibits.
No objection from the township.
Thank you, Mr. Amuso. Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. I believe we'll move on to the township's case. Mr. Amuso.
Thank you, Mr. Sander. The township calls Kenneth Amy to testify as our first witness.
Paula, could you swear Mr. Amy in, please?
I'm sorry, I was looking for him on the screen. Mr. Amy,
He's there.
oh, there he is, I'm sorry. State your full name, please, for the record.
Kenneth Amy, A-M-E-Y.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sander. Can I share my screen? Is that possible? I think so, right?
Yes.
Great. I put up on my screen what's been marked as Township Exhibit 1 for identification has been previously shared with Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Amy, can you please state your place of employment and title?
Yes, I am a planning consultant with offices in Springhouse, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania.
And is Exhibit T1 for identification your resume or curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any accreditation, and how many years have you been practicing in your profession?
I'm certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners. I've been working as a planning consultant for a little over 30 years. I've been certified for approximately 27 years.
How many municipalities do you think you've worked with on planning?
Can I interrupt, Peter? Can I interrupt? You can put whatever evidence you want on about Mr. Amy's credentials, but I have no question that he's a qualified expert for, I think, what you want to present him for.
Oh, great.
Let me ask Mr. Amuso, how would you like Mr. Amy qualified as an expert?
He's a planning and zoning expert.
Planning and zoning, any objection, Mr. Kaplan?
No, but I believe that Ken has a degree in engineering, in civil engineering.
He
Fine,
does,
he
but
could
I
be
don't think
engineering
Mr.
expert
Amuso is
as well.
offering him for that.
I will take whatever Mr. Kaplan's given me, so I'll make him an engineering expert as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me just ask, do any members of the board have any questions for Mr. Amy regarding his qualifications?
Nope.
Seeing none, he'll be accepted as an expert in planning, zoning, and engineering.
Thank you, Mr. Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Sander.
Mr. Amy, what's your position with Plymouth Township?
I was appointed in 1997 as a planning consultant for Plymouth. I've done various projects for them over the years in the planning and zoning fields.
Now, have you reviewed the materials prepared for the special exception application for this proposed residential use of the Plymouth Meeting Mall and introduced into evidence by the applicant on this, that is the Pennsylvania Real Estate Investment Trust?
Yes, I have. I've reviewed the application as submitted along with the exhibits that were introduced during the course of the hearings to this point.
And were you present at the for the last 2 days of hearings?
I was not present for the November hearing, but I did read the transcript of the November 16th hearing, and I was present for the December 21st hearing.
Great. Any other materials you might have reviewed?
Well, I reviewed the township zoning ordinance. I reviewed some land development files for the Plymouth Meeting Mall, and I reviewed records that I had, historic records that I had that governed the mall and the enactment of various ordinances by Plymouth Township.
And are you familiar with the specific special exception provision being cited by the applicant here tonight for the basis of their application?
Yes, the applicant has cited section 1100R of the shopping center district.
Right, and that has to do with something about general character or something?
It has to do with allowing uses by special exception if they are of the same general character as permitted uses within the district.
All right, and I believe, at least initially, the applicant cited 2 permitted uses, so I want to go over those with you now. So the first, again, at least originally, the use that the applicant portrayed as is the same general character was section 1100K, that is motel or motor court. Now, in your professional opinion as an expert, do you think that the proposed high-rise apartment building is of the same general character as a motel or motor court as defined in the Plymouth Township zoning code?
Objection.
What's your objection, Mr. Kaplan?
My objection is there's no foundation for his opinion. The law, I believe, is very clear that there are 2 aspects, required aspects for an expert's testimony. Number 1, he has to be an expert, as Mr. Amy is, but he has to give a factual basis for what he what his opinion is. The cases when you call a witness and you say, I have 30 years experience, and in my opinion, X, Y, and Z, the courts have called that ipsit dixit, and it's not, and it does not meet the criteria under the state or the federal rules for an expert's testimony. So there has to be a foundation on which to base an opinion.
All right, well, I mean, I think he's testified that he's reviewed the application, the exhibits. He's certainly going to explain his opinion if that's what you're worried about.
Well, I have this problem, Peter. If a witness is allowed to just testify and what his opinion is, then I've got to break that down. I have to.
Well aware of that.
I have to break that down, but it's your obligation to allege the factual predicates for that opinion. And I think you can, whatever Ken's opinion is based on, instead of asking him his opinion first and then what it's based on, ask him how he compared this to the other uses in the ordinance as the cases require.
All right, the board will overrule the objection, allow Mr. Amy to answer the question.
Appreciate that. So again, do you think that the proposed residential application here, that is a high-rise apartment building of 503 units, 11 stories high, is of the same general character as a motel or motor court as defined by the Plymouth Township zoning code?
No, I do not.
Now, why don't you think it's of the same general character? What's the details behind your opinion?
Well, I started off by looking at the definition of motel and motel or motor court. The word transient is used in the definition. I think most of us understand a motel to be an occupancy which is transient in nature. It's not occupied by permanent residents of the township. So that would be my first major difference between motel or motor court and an apartment house.
What would be other differences?
Within the definition of motel or motor court, there's a requirement that individual units have entrances directly to the outside. That is not present based upon the testimony of Mr. Comita. Instead, there will be a common outdoor access from the apartment house. There typically a transient use has little or no use for township facilities. Permanent residents will use community facilities throughout the township. Typically, a motel use would not have school children, would not be introducing school children to the public school system. The apartment will certainly do that. The population, the permanent population from a hotel or a motel would be 0. The permanent population from 503 apartments based on Rutgers Center for Urban Policy Research demographic multipliers would be 783. So there's a difference between zero permanent residents and almost 800 permanent residents with 36 plus school children being generated. We can also look at the requirements for parking for a motel, which would be 1 per unit. And if we look at the requirements for parking for an apartment, it's 2 per unit. So the drafters of the ordinance felt that the impact from a transportation standpoint was twice as much for an apartment unit as for a motel.
Thank you.
So those would be the basics.
And now the second use that the applicant has portrayed as of the quote same general character is section 1100.L, which is elderly housing and assisted living facility. Do you think this residential application of Preet, which is 503 apartments and 11-story building, is of the same general character as an elderly housing and assisted living facility as defined by the Plymouth Township zoning hearing code?
No, I do not.
And why not? What are the differences there?
Well, I'll run through the basic differences as I see them. The elderly housing assisted living facility would be limited under the Federal Fair Housing Act to residents 55 years of age and older. There is a distinct difference between the elderly housing assisted living facility and the apartment house in that the elderly housing assisted living facility is permitted by conditional use. And there are requirements for the conditional use that need to be met in order for that use to be permitted. And one of those is a limitation on the number of units to 150 versus 503 for the apartment application. There is a limitation of or a setback requirement for the elderly housing assisted living facility of 500 feet from property lines. The apartment facility, the apartment house, as depicted on the exhibits, is approximately 25 feet from the property line. So based upon those, and then similar to what I mentioned for the hotel, the population for the apartment house would be 783 with 36 school-age children. The population for senior housing or elderly housing assisted living facility would be approximately 209. There would be no school-age children. And again, when we look at parking for elderly housing assisted living facility is in the ordinance is required at 0.6 spaces per unit, or a total of 90 spaces for 150 unit development. For a apartment unit, it would be 2 per unit, or a total of 1,006 apartments or parking spaces for an apartment house. So those again would be the principal differences that I see.
All right, so let's break that down. So first there's the use in general, correct? And then there's the issue that it's a conditional use. So let's talk about the first thing. So even if there was no limitation on the number of elderly and assisted living in the shopping center district, you see that it's not of the same general character as a high-rise apartment building, correct?
You're still dealing with a vastly different type of population. You're dealing with elderly residents with no school-age children, which is quite different from a market rate apartment house, which would have school-age children and families.
And I believe the applicant's expert testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, something about how if you can't tell the difference from the outside, it doesn't make a difference. Do you remember that part of the testimony?
I do.
Did you agree with that or not?
No, I don't. I think it depends. It depends as much on what happens within the building as what the building looks like. The building, how the building functions and how it's used and how it's occupied is every bit as important as what the building looks like.
But this is a conditional use, correct?
For the elderly housing assisted living, it is a conditional use. That's correct.
All right. And what's the limitation that the zoning code puts on elderly housing in this shopping center district?
150 units, and it requires that the setback from property lines be at least 500 feet.
And does the application of this high-rise apartment building meet either of those requirements?
No, it doesn't.
All right. Now, actually, I'm gonna show you via my screen what has been previously marked as Township Exhibit 2 for identification. There you go. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
What is this document?
This is a copy of actually a copy of excerpts from the Plymouth Township zoning ordinance of 1960 as amended through August 9th of 1976.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to Article 11. What district does this cover?
This is Article 11, the same article number as in the current ordinance. and that governs shopping center districts.
All right, direct your attention to subsection L as it existed in 1976. What does it list there as a permitted use?
And in 1976, a high-rise apartment building was listed as a permitted use.
Is that currently the case? Is it currently a permitted use?
No, it is not.
All right, and I'm gonna show you what has been marked as Township Exhibit 3 for identification and previously shared with counsel for the applicant. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this is the notice that was advertised for an amendment to the zoning ordinance that was passed in 1980.
All right, I'm gonna cycle here through to page 113 of Exhibit T3 for identification.
What page, Peter?
113.
Thanks.
Sure. So what happened with Ordinance 840 back in 1980?
In Ordinance 840, which was passed in September of 1980, on page 113 that you just referenced, there's a section, it cites section 1100.L, and it states delete high-rise apartment building as a permitted use.
Okay. What else does it do that's related to high-rise apartment buildings?
It also amends section 1101.F.2B4 to provide for required off-street parking spaces to be amended to read as follows. Number 4, high-rise apartment building or hotel, 2 parking spaces for each 1 or 2 bedroom apartment or guest unit, and 3 parking spaces for 3 or more bedroom apartments or guest units.
Do you know, how does that differ from the 1976 ordinance, those parking requirements? Do you know?
The 1976 ordinance required 1 parking space per unit.
All right, so this is an increase in the number of parking units per apartment unit.
Parking spaces per unit, correct.
All right. So, all right, let's first talk about the first sentence. So what does it mean when a municipality deletes a use as a permitted use?
In my experience, it would mean that the municipality no longer wants that use to be permitted within the district.
And have you, in your experience, ever seen a municipality delete something as a permitted use with the intent that it can be allowed in a catch-all phrase of general character?
I've never seen it, no.
Would that make sense that that was their intent?
It would not be a very efficient way or a very clear way to try and regulate uses, no.
Now, let me ask you this. Why, though, did they bother to change the number of parking spots for the high-rise apartment building if they were deleting it as a permitted use?
Objection. There's no testimony that he knows of his own personal knowledge why this was done in 1980.
He's a very experienced planner. He's a planning expert. He's a zoning expert. He's, as his CV shows, he's helped people draft zoning provisions hundreds of times over hundreds of municipalities. He can certainly talk about why a municipality would do this.
You ask him why they did this. He's not a mind reader, and he's not somebody that can go into the minds of people who are no longer here, some of whom are dead. So his testimony here would be pure speculation as to why this section was left in. I object, David.
I hear you, Mr. Kaplan. I think that the question may be re-asked to ask Mr. Amy, in his experience and in his opinion, what would the reason would be for providing for those parking spaces if he was drafting a zoning ordinance? I think the board recognizes that he can't get into the minds of the framers of this particular zoning ordinance amendment.
Well, with all due respect, David, I object to you being both the zoning hearing board solicitor and the lawyer for the township in objecting to this. I raised an objection to a question that was raised, and you've now suggested that Mr. Amuso is a very competent attorney. Change the question so that you can allow this. I want the record to reflect that I object to this.
Mr. Kaplan, I'm just trying to move things along here.
Well, this is a
You're
very-
okay. You want me to move it along? Your objection's overruled.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Amy, again, why would somebody do this? Why would they, in your opinion, in your experience, in your review of zoning codes, why would a municipality delete a use as a permitted use, but then still alter parking requirements or other requirements for that use?
Well, Mr. Kaplan is correct that I'm not a mind reader. But I can tell you that I did a little research and found that in 1970, the Plymouth Park apartments were built in the shopping center district. So at the time that this ordinance was amended in 1980, the 234 units of the Plymouth Park Apartments complex existed. And if I were to offer an opinion, my opinion would be that the township felt that the parking requirements should be amended because they would still apply to that apartment complex on Butler Pike. So those 234 units would be subject to this revised parking requirement of 2 spaces per unit. And if those apartments were ever rebuilt, refurbished, expanded, that they would have to comply with the new parking requirement.
Thank you. And I believe there was testimony, it's certainly part of the applicant's application, that there's also a requirement that exists in the township code to this day for the height requirements for high-rise apartment buildings. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is still in the ordinance. And again, if I were to offer an opinion, I would imagine that the council left that section in because it would still apply to the apartment complex at Plymouth Park Apartments on Butler Pike.
All right. So again, to recap, based on your review and your professional opinion, is the proposed high-rise apartment building of the same general character as a motel or motor court as defined by the zoning code?
No, it is not.
And based on your same review of the same documents and your expert opinion, is the proposed high-rise apartment building of the same general character as the conditional use of elderly assisted living? Is it the same general character as that?
No, it is not.
No further questions.
Kaplan.
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second, David. Ken, good to see you. Happy New Year.
Likewise, Mark, Happy New Year to you.
So in the testimony that you just went through, you testified to the 1970 ordinance that, or 1960 that was amended, that then allowed high-rise and hotels, and the 1980 ordinance that at least removed apartment buildings from the SC district, right?
That's correct.
And I assume that that testimony was to say to the board that in interpreting our application and the current version of the ordinance, that they should be influenced by the fact that a prior board had eliminated the high-rise use in the zoning district, and therefore it can't be something of the same general character as other uses in the ordinance. So I understand your testimony correctly.
Well, I think I know better than to ask this board to form an opinion based upon my opinion on that text amendment. I think I'm offering what I see are the facts. The ordinance was amended in 1980 to eliminate high-rise apartment buildings. This zoning hearing board will form its own opinion as to what the intent of council was.
Well, so then all that testimony that you gave about why they left in the section on parking, you're not offering any opinion, you're just offering the facts.
Well, I think I said when I offered it, I offered my opinion for why that ordinance was structured the way it was.
Okay, so I just, maybe I'm not asking the question properly. We're here in 2021, and we're asking for an application of the current ordinance, and it contains a provision that said uses of the same general character as any of the other uses presently permitted as a special exception, right? That's my application, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you and Mr. Amuso have introduced the 1980 ordinance where high-rise apartment was taken out. And unless I'm misinterpreting your ordinance, you're saying that deletion evidences a present intent that high-rise apartments can't be included as a use of the same general character. Am I misinterpreting your testimony?
I don't think you are. What I'm saying, though, if I can phrase it a little differently, is I'm offering an opinion that by deleting high-rise apartment building as a permitted use, it would indicate that the council at that time did not feel that high-rise apartments were a desirable use for the shopping center district.
Okay, good. That's what I was getting to. I'm sorry if I didn't get to it directly. So what your testimony is these are the facts that occurred in 1980. And in 1980, for whatever reason, the board removed a high-rise apartment as a permitted use in the SC district. And we're both in agreement on that. Is that correct?
Yes, and I offered my opinion as to why I believe that it would have been done.
Okay. Well, we're here tonight to talk about what uses should be permitted under this ordinance as it stands today in January of 2021, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I think you would then agree with me that Plymouth Township's current intention for the township's further or future development is really set forth in Plymouth Township's 2040 comprehensive plan. Isn't that right?
Well, the comprehensive plan sets forth a series of goals for the township, but the comprehensive plan is just that. It's a suggestion of goals. It's not an ordinance.
Well, I know it's not an ordinance. I didn't say it was an ordinance. I said, and if we read it, it is Plymouth Township's vision. It is really the current board of the comp plan was in 2019 or 2020. And it says this is the vision of Plymouth Township's officials for the future of Plymouth Township from now until 2040. Isn't that a simple, straightforward fact, Ken?
Yes.
Okay. Good. So I'm going to ask Jessica to bring up, Peter, get out of the screen share, please. Thank you. I'm going to ask my paralegal, Jessica, to put up on the board some excerpts from the current comprehensive plan. And I'd like to ask you to review them with me. So, Jess, Mr. Amy, you see that, well, come back to the title page, please. So do you see on your screen the title page of the Plymouth 2040 Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, I do.
Am I right in assuming that you're familiar with this plan?
Yes.
I'm going to object. Is this beyond the scope of his direct examination? I'm not really sure.
It is dead on his examination. It couldn't be.
We'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Ken, did you participate? I don't see your name in the list of people that worked on this, but you've been the consultant here for as long as I can remember. Did you have any involvement in this preparation of this plan?
No, I didn't. This was a plan that was prepared by the Montgomery County Planning Commission.
Okay.
And I had no involvement.
Okay. So let's go to the first sheet, Jessica, on which I've underlined something. And I think this is page 3. Could you adjust that so we can see what page that is, or could you tell us what page that is?
You know what, I don't see the page numbers on here. Not on this one.
Well, I have another one. Let me just ask, Tom, are you on? And can you tell me what page this is?
It's page 3.
That's what I thought. So
Hold on, Mark. Tom, who's Tom?
That was Tom Commit.
Oh, Tom Commit. All right, he's been previously sworn, and I just wanted to make sure. I didn't see his last name, so.
Sorry, my fault. My fault. I get too familiar.
It's page 3 on the left and page 4 on the right.
You know what? I got to bring this up on my own computer because this is a little small to read and I want to go through this. So just bear with me for a minute.
It's actually page 3 on the left and page 10 on the right.
Paula, for the record, that's Tom Comita speaking on Thomas's iPhone. He was sworn and testified in the first hearing and possibly in the second as well. Just want to get that straight for the record, who is speaking on Thomas's iPhone.
Thank you. Okay. So Ken, if you can follow me, it says Plymouth 2040 community vision. So it says, with historic roots as an early agricultural and industrial center in Montgomery County, Plymouth Township has grown to be a family-oriented and welcoming community with an established network of parks and trails, excellent schools, and quality municipal services. Located at the intersection of multiple major highways, Plymouth has developed a strong commercial tax base and diverse employment opportunities while remaining a desirable place to live with individual neighborhoods that evoke a hometown feel.
I'm going to object to Mr. Kaplan just reading from the planning document. My witness said he didn't have any role in putting this together. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Mark, can we move to the highlighted areas? And I think you have questions for Mr. Amy.
Well, I wanted to read that just so everybody knew where we were started. If you don't mind, I will do that, David, but let me read this next paragraph right there, and then I'll get to the highlighted.
Mark, are you going to move for the admission of this exhibit?
I am, but I think we may already have done that in conjunction with Tom's testimony, but probably it will be easier to move this exhibit in.
Yeah, I think that'd probably be the best.
Yeah, make
thing
it
to do
easier.
here.
Make it easier.
Is there a foundation for it? I mean, again, this witness, can't admit it in. I guess if it's already in, it's in, Mr.
Well, if it's the current comprehensive plan for the township, which I understand that it is, then it's like, moving the zoning ordinance into evidence. It'll be accepted into evidence. Yeah.
I get it. Thanks.
Thank you. So I want to just start with this next paragraph, and I want to emphasize the second word. Plymouth envisions a vibrant future for the township that builds upon its strength as the crossroads of Montgomery County and prominence as a retail shopping destination and important economic center. With a continued focus on the community's shared values and strength, the township will be able to enjoy its heritage while advancing towards the future. Ken, did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. So here's where we start Plymouth's vision for now. In 2040, Plymouth will continue to be, and then I've highlighted 2 paragraphs, a safe, family-oriented, multi-generational, and inclusive community that provides affordable quality housing opportunities for people of all ages and abilities, a community that is highly accessible by all modes of transportation with a focus on safe and convenient connections between township residential neighborhoods, shopping and employment centers, parks and open spaces, and schools via a network of sidewalks, interconnected trails, quality transit facilities, and well-maintained roads. Now, again, I'll ask you that technical question. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And as the longtime planner for the township, isn't that an accurate overall general vision for where Plymouth Township's officials, both now and in the recent future, hope that Plymouth will go between now and 2040?
Well, what you've read is a general vision. That's what the comprehensive plan is. It's a general vision with goals and proposed changes that that the governing body is recommending as part of the adoption of the comprehensive plan.
Okay, we're in agreement on that. So I'd like to come over to what is page 10 that we've excerpted. And I just want to highlight the paragraph that's in red, in yellow. The senior population, 65 and older, also makes up a significant component of Plymouth's population at 17.1%. This percentage is slightly higher than the county and most of the adjacent municipalities except for East Norton. Is that statement accurate to the best of your knowledge?
I don't have any specialized knowledge as to whether it's accurate. You read what the words say.
Good. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to the next document, which is, if you can look all the way over on the left, it's map number 2, and it's the future land use plan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you go all the way down to in the legend, to the last category in like a purple, it's mixed use and employment. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is a future land use plan. So this is a vision for the future as expressed in this comp plan. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you'll see that Tom has put a red box around the Plymouth Meeting Mall, and he said located in, based on the future land use map, that the Plymouth Meeting Mall is located in the mixed use and business employment category. And you would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Let's get that straight for the record, Mark. Hold on. It's the mixed use business and employment is the category.
It is.
I think it was misread. I think it was misread twice. So I want to get it
I
straight.
apologize. Yes, you're right. It's mixed use business and employment. Now, then coming down to page 22, where it talks about the mixed use and employment category that's on the future land use map. And this is short enough to read the whole thing. The area of the township previously referred to as the quote core area around the interchange, as well as the large shopping center, large shopping area along Chemical Road, and a portion of the riverfront area where a mix of high-intensity office, retail, hotel, restaurant, and entertainment uses are desired. Now, then it goes on and it says, multifamily residential may also be appropriate where integrated with mixed-use development served by transit station. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And you would agree with me that this document expresses a planning goal of the township for its future development, right?
Well, I think that's true, Mark, but I think that we need to stress that the word may is in that last sentence you read. There would need to be substantial study done before that may could turn into a will.
Well, we'll see what this substantial study says further along in the comp plan. So let's go to the next part of this. So the next part that we've highlighted is page 26, and it's called Housing and Neighborhoods. And I've highlighted, or I should give Tom Committed credit for highlighting one statement that the summary of recommendations is to provide sufficient housing opportunities to meet the housing needs of the forecasted population growth over the next 20 years based on population forecasts from DVRPC, the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission, while continuing to provide a variety of housing types. And you'll agree that I read that accurately. And I assume that you would also agree that that's a legitimate goal for the township.
It's a legitimate goal for any township. And yes, you did read it accurately.
Thank you. So under the forecasted housing needs on page 33, this report or this comp plan says, based on this analysis, it is estimated that 1,410 new housing units would need to be built by 2045 to accommodate the forecasted increase in the township's population over the same time period. Now, I know you'll agree that I read it right. Do you have any personal knowledge whether that's an accurate number as derived from the DVRPC population projections?
None whatsoever.
Is it a reasonable estimate in your opinion?
I haven't looked at it closely enough to know that more.
Okay, that's fair. Now, when we come down to the recommendations in this section, on page 35, we have recommendation number 1, and I'm just concentrating on subparagraph C, enhance walkability and pedestrian connections within existing neighborhoods. And I read that right, and I'm sure you'll agree with me that that's a laudable goal for this township and any other township. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to recommendation number 3. Provide sufficient housing opportunities to meet the housing needs of the forecasted population growth over the next 20 years based on the population forecasts from DVRPC, while continuing to provide for a variety of housing types and densities. And again, I assume I read that right, and you would agree that that's a legitimate goal, particularly for Plymouth Township, and I'd say for any township that you and I generally live in and work in, right?
I would agree.
Thank you. Now, let's change the focus a little bit. This is now the next page is 38. It's the economic development section of the comp plan. And here, the summary of the recommendations that I've highlighted are 2. Number 1, enhance Plymouth's established commercial corridors, shopping centers, and employment areas. And the second is ensure new commercial development and redevelopment incorporates amenities and facilities that encourage walkability and other forms of multimodal transportation. And I'd ask you the same question again. Did I read it right? And in your experience as the planner for Plymouth, is that an accurate representation of Plymouth Township's goals with regard to economic development?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's go into, and this is, let me see, 38, and the next thing I've highlighted is page 39. So this is part of the economic development section of the comp plan. And I've picked out under the heading retail, restaurants, and mixed use, where it says, and I quote, mixed-use properties make up just 1% of the township's land area and are scattered throughout the township, with the greatest groupings along Plymouth Road near Germantown Pike and along Germantown Pike near Chemical Road. Based on your knowledge of the township, I assume that you agree with that statement.
I wouldn't know about the 1% because I haven't done that study, but in general, the statement makes sense.
Okay, understood. Now, the next item that I picked out, keep saying I, but Tom did. So on page 48, where it's describing certain types of uses, and it talks about walkable, commercial, and office. Workplace culture is shifting away from isolated suburban office park campuses towards mixed-use development that provide options for walking to lunch, using public transit, and living within proximity to your workplace. Again, I read it accurately. Of your own knowledge, would you agree with me that that's an accurate statement of the state of our world or our development world today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, we then get into the recommendations on page 51. And This is a recommendation, generally speaking, with regard to the commercial areas. And then there are further breakdowns of individual areas of the township. But recommendation number 6 is enhance Plymouth's established commercial corridors, shopping centers, and employment areas. And then under number 1, or under A, says update the zoning and subdivision and land development ordinances to encourage redevelopment of existing business and industrial areas. Did I read it correctly? And
Yes, you did.
Thank you. And isn't that a goal for Plymouth Township based on your knowledge of Plymouth Township?
Well, I think it's a goal that's identified in the comprehensive plan, sure.
Okay, thank you. And recommendation number 7, ensure new commercial development and redevelopment incorporates amenities and facilities that encourage walkability and other forms of multimodal transportation.
What
And
page is
again,
that, Mark?
I'm sorry, Dave. 52.
Thank you.
I read that correctly, did I not?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Now, we're going to come down to a section of the comp plan that talks about transportation. And I'm going to skip page 62. And I'm going to come down to the statement on page 83 under SEPTA buses. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
SEPTA operates 7 bus routes through Plymouth Township, which provide access to Center City, Philadelphia, Willow Grove, Norristown, and other locations. 6 of the 7 bus routes that operate in the township also stop at Plymouth Meeting Mall, making it a convenient transfer point between the various bus routes. I think I read that correctly. Do you agree with that statement from your knowledge?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Now let's come down to page 86. And under public transportation, the recommendation number 18 is sort of self-evident, I would say, in this day and age. Encourage the use of public transportation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now we can hone in a little bit. Wait a minute, excuse me 1 second. We can hone in on the Plymouth Meeting Mall focus area. Now, I don't know what happened. Oh yeah, it comes up on the drawing in front of you. So Ken, this is the area entitled Plymouth Meeting Mall focus area. And there's a lot of material here, but I'd like to hone in on certain items.
What page is that, Mark?
I'm going to go, David, to 121. Public transit. The Plymouth Meeting Mall serves as an unofficial bus terminal in the township with 6 bus routes that stop at the mall. Passengers are able to use the mall as a transfer point to access other areas within the region, such as Chestnut Hill, Center City, Norristown, Ambler, Bensalem, and Fort Washington. Is that an accurate statement, the best of your information and knowledge, Ken?
You've read it correctly. I don't know about those specific stops, but you've read the words correctly.
You would agree that there are multiple bus stops, bus lines or routes that all travel through the Plymouth Meeting Mall. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And if you look at the picture down on the bottom left of page 121, it says although the bus transfer area well, let's go on from that. Let me go on to the next. So now we're getting a little more nitty gritty about the mall. And on page 122, under pedestrian access and circulation, it says sidewalks are consistently present along Hickory Road and along Germantown Pike up until the Lukoil gas station. And then it says, in addition, pedestrian pathways within the site and from the street frontage to the building entrances, especially from Germantown Pike, are intermittent. So I guess you would agree that there's consistent sidewalks along Hickory and all the way down Germantown Pike, I guess from Hickory to the Lukoil, right? In fact, I think there's some pictures of it on that page.
I would agree that the words that you recited from the comprehensive plan are accurate to the best of my knowledge.
Good. And then it says that although we've got all those sidewalks around the mall, the connections to the streets are sort of intermittent. Is that right? You agree with that?
That's what it says, and I would generally agree, yes.
Okay, me too. Now let's go down to, I'm getting close to the end. Let's go down to page 129. So this talks about future opportunities. And the board will be able to read the whole thing, but I'd like to highlight some parts of it that I think are relevant to our application. So over on the left,
the board can consider it's an exhibit if they want to make it part of your proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law. But again, this witness had no role in the part of the development. So do you just read things off? Doesn't.
Well, you got them to, well, David, I'm near the end. This is the last page.
Well, we've allowed Mr. Kaplan to read certain excerpts into the record, and he has asked Mr. Amy questions about them, so we'll allow him to continue with that.
So it first of all starts that some chain stores have started using a range of building formats that can fit into traditional neighborhoods and mixed-use developments with greater flexibility. And obviously, I read that right. Let me go on. Many shoppers are looking for family-friendly and convenient shopping and entertainment locations closer to their homes and work. The mall appears to be positioning itself as a convenient, family-friendly destination with businesses and programming that attracts parents. Is that an accurate statement based on your knowledge?
Yes.
Good. And then it recites that some of the people that are some of the businesses that we brought in, quote, high-quality dining with tenants such as P.F. Chang's, Redstone, American Grill, Dave and Buster's, Legoland, and Whole Foods. Unique additions such as Legoland Discovery Center could help expand the mall's trade area to a larger drive area. Is that accurate?
I believe the last word was time, larger drive time. Not
I'm
area.
sorry, I apologize. But do you agree that from a planning point of view, first of all, this is accurate and the projection that unique additions such as Legoland, et cetera, could help expand the mall's trade area to a larger drive time?
I'm checking the relevance. I don't know what Legoland has to do with anything, and Mr. Amy is not involved with the Lego company. I mean, again, these are the words on the page. It's in evidence. It's an exhibit. I understand that, but I don't think Mr. Amy can comment
I just
on the
want to
words.
know whether Ken Amy, as the township's long-term planner, from his own personal knowledge, agrees with this or not.
Yeah, he can answer the question. It's Mr. Amy, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Sander. I can't tell you from a marketing standpoint. I can tell you that in general, that those businesses help keep them all viable.
And then the next statement, it says increasingly, online shopping will reduce the need for in-person retail shops. I think we can all agree with that. Do you agree with that personally and from a planning point of view?
In a very general way, yes.
And it's had a very negative effect on the mall, hasn't it?
I don't know enough about the marketing or the returns on the mall or sales within the mall to be able to answer that question honestly.
Okay, thank you. So let's go on to, I guess, the ultimate two things here. So in this future opportunities, we have a section that's called zoning provisions and design standards. As the future of indoor shopping malls is still in question, it is important to consider allowing a range of uses on the mall site, including provisions for elderly housing and multifamily dwellings, so as not to constrain the market and to allow the uses and building configurations on the site to continue to evolve. However, an overall shift toward more mixed use as redevelopment of traditional indoor shopping malls occurs has been observed across the region and could be appropriate for the Plymouth Meeting Mall, especially given the site's established transit access. Now, aside from my reading that right, as a factual matter and as a planning matter, isn't that an accurate statement?
I think that you've read the words accurately. I think in general, the statement's accurate, but I think it's important that we not overlook the fact that it says could be appropriate for the Plymouth Meeting Mall. There would need to be studies done which have not been done.
Well, what kind of studies need to be done?
Marketing studies, demographic studies, housing studies that have been started as part of the comprehensive plan, but the details have not been finalized. There has not been a detailed study that would demonstrate the accuracy of that statement, and that's why the word could is in there.
So let me make sure I understand you. The township would undertake a marketing study?
I'm not saying the township would. I'm not suggesting what the township would do. I'm saying that additional studies would be necessary. It's not up to me to delegate who does them.
So let's understand what those studies are. Tell me them again, please.
Well, I'm not trying to not answer your question, but it's not up to me to determine what studies need to be done. This is a comprehensive plan There are lots of conclusions, lots of recommendations, lots of suggestions made, and follow through on those suggestions is not as easy as just checking a box. There need to be studies done to see if it's warranted. And that's why the section that you just read is not cut and dried. It uses the word could. And previously there was another section that used the word may be appropriate. And
But
that's something that hasn't been determined yet.
So, but you were very specific, and we could have it read back, but you said that you listed the studies. You said there needs to be a demographic study, didn't you?
I did, and I wasn't intending to be an exhaustive list, but I think those are examples of the kinds of studies that need to be done to follow through on these recommendations.
Well, isn't it true that part of this study was a demographic study using the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission's projections of demographics through 2040? Isn't that exactly what we went through, where this plan says that the township will need 1,420 additional residential units between now and 2040?
So I object to this question. Mr. Amy's testified he had no role in the production of this planning document. It's a document of the county. Again, it's an exhibit, and the zoning hearing board can read it, but he can't testify about what went into this planning document.
Well, I think the question went to Mr. Amy's previous testimony regarding a list of several studies that he thought may need to be undertaken before the recommendation could become a reality. And in that sense, I would allow him to answer this question.
And I would say, and I would agree with you that the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission data was used in the production of the comprehensive plan itself. But when specific recommendations are being followed up, there need to be detailed studies on specific areas. And those studies are important. They're a next step. The first step was done using the DVRPC guidelines and demographic information, but there are follow-up steps that need to be done.
Well, you said that before, and I asked you what studies, and you said a demographic study. The record's clear, you said a demographic study. I've said to you, wasn't a demographic study done as part of this report, where the report used the Montgomery County Planning Commission did a study by looking at the demographics projected by DVRPC and came to a conclusion that there were 1,420 additional units needed. That's either correct or not. Either you agree with that or you don't.
That's correct, but it's big picture, 5,000 foot information. It's not detailed information, Mark, and you know that.
Well, I know what it says. Now I want to understand the other studies that you think need to be made. You said a market study needs to be made, and that would be made by Preet, I assume.
Again, I'm not testifying as to who's responsible. That's not my role. It's not my role with the township. It's not my role in this hearing.
But you said that one of those studies is a market study, didn't you?
Objection, asked and answered about 5 times. It's not a market.
No, he's evaded the question a number of times.
He's not evaded. He's answered your questions. You've asked and answered it. This is not the marketing hearing. This is not the demographic hearing. It's a zoning hearing. So let's stick to zoning.
David, would you direct him to answer the question?
Can you answer the question?
Why don't we read that question back?
My question was very simple. One of the studies that you said had to be made is a market study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said that it's not for the township to do the market study, correct?
That's correct.
So the only other person to do that study would be Preet, wouldn't it? Because it's the owner of the property and it would have to drill down to do the market study, wouldn't it?
That would be a logical conclusion.
Okay, and I assume one of the other studies would be a traffic study, right?
Well, I believe there was some traffic information submitted as part of this application. It wasn't part of my review. I'm not a traffic engineer.
Well, all I'm asking, you made a statement that in order for this conclusion, it is totally consistent with what we're proposing, that in order to go forward, certain studies have to be made. And you said what they were. We've gone through demographics, we've gone through marketing. I ask you whether traffic is the other one.
And
Is that the other study that needs to be made?
well, that's an other study, maybe not the other study, but Mark, I don't want to be argumentative, but I never said that I was giving you an exhaustive list. I was giving you some examples off the top of my head.
Well,
That's
here's
not,
an
that's
expert.
not where we are.
Well, I get to ask where we are here. Tell me what, besides demographics, marketing, and traffic, what would Preet or anybody else have to come to the township with to say, here, we think you're right on this development here, that there should be multifamily on the mall? What other studies would you recommend as the planner?
Again, by way of example.
No,
fiscal
not by way of example. I'm asking you, tell me what else.
I object. This is not land planning. This is not marketing. This is zoning. He testified about the zoning code and the application. I get the planning document is in evidence, but we're way beyond the scope of the director. For any other reason, I propose to have him.
Yeah, I agree. Sustained.
I'll move on. So let's come up in that paragraph again, zoning provisions and design standards. It recommends including provisions for elderly housing and multifamily dwellings, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And the township, in fact, amended the zoning ordinance recently to permit elderly housing on the mall, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Were you involved in that?
Yes.
So that, what demographic study was presented to the township to justify that application?
I don't recall specifically what studies were done, Mark. That was a couple of years ago.
What, was there a marketing study done?
I don't believe so for elderly housing.
And was a traffic study done?
Yes.
So the township accepted the statements of the elderly housing proponent that there was plenty of demographic demand for elderly housing and that it was economically feasible, and they changed the zoning, right?
I don't know what went into council's decision, but I know that the amendment was passed by council.
Okay. And in your testimony at telling us the difference between elderly housing and apartments, you looked at the zoning provision and you talked about the elderly housing had to be 500 feet from the property line, correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that that was included in the ordinance because the elderly housing proposal was to be housed in the existing office building?
That was certainly part of the consideration, yes.
And the existing office building is 500 feet or more away from Germantown Pike, Turnpike, and Hickory Road, right?
Yes.
So that provision was specifically structured for the application that was made by Ms. Yarnoff's client, right?
I didn't say it was specifically structured. I said that went into the decision to word the ordinance the way it was worded.
Okay. So let's get to the final on page 129. Recommend economic development recommendation, PMM1. Do you see that, Ken?
I see.
Yeah,
Yes, I
right.
do.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is the recommendation. Draft design standards within the zoning and subdivision and land development ordinances relating to the shopping center district to ensure that improvements to the mall site are implemented as redevelopment occurs so that the site becomes more environmentally friendly, multimodal, and integrated into the larger Germantown Pike corridor. That's what it says, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so let's get away from the comprehensive plan. And let me go and bring my other questions up here. I guess I should ask you this question, though, we'll see. So after going through all the recommendations of the comprehensive plan with regard to providing for housing for the future, for providing for multifamily development and mixed-use developments, for encouraging the ability to redevelop the existing businesses and properties in at least the core area, particularly the Plymouth Meeting Mall. Wouldn't you agree with me that Preet's proposal is consistent not with the ideas of 1980, but with the current vision for the future of the township and the mall as set forth in the comprehensive plan?
No, I would not agree with you.
And why is that?
Because the vision talks about a possibility that multifamily housing could be appropriate or may be appropriate for the Plymouth Meeting Mall. It doesn't draw the conclusion. It simply says that it may be appropriate. It's not, it certainly isn't my position to go beyond what the comprehensive plan said.
Okay. So let's now turn to the provisions of the zoning ordinance. And Jess, you can take down the comprehensive plan. So, Ken, I think we have it up there. Isn't it true that section 200 of the zoning ordinance defines, quote, an apartment house as a, quote, a multi-dwelling with common outside access?
That's what the words say, yes.
Very, very.
It says a
very-
multiple dwelling.
Yeah,
not multi.
I'm sorry. Thank you, David. Pretty simple definition, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, then we've got to go from there, from the apartment definition to the definition of multiple dwelling. And I think that on the board is 8 multiple dwellings. So that definition basically is a building, and then I'm leaving a lot of words out that are not relevant, a building designed for and occupied primarily for dwelling purposes for 3 or more families living independently of one another. Can we agree that that's the essential definition of a multiple dwelling?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, this ordinance also uses the term multiple family structure, particularly in regards to elderly housing. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you would agree with me, at least I couldn't find it, but I can't find an ordinance definition for multi-family structure. Have you found one?
I don't believe there is a definition for that particular term.
So we have multiple dwelling, which is for 3 or more families living independently. And then we have a multi-family structure phrase. Aren't they the same?
I would draw the conclusion that they are the same, yes.
Okay. Now, if we go to the zoning ordinance definition of elderly housing assisted living facilities, here it uses the phrase multi-family structure to define an elderly housing assisted living, correct?
Correct.
And we've already determined, we've agreed that an apartment house is defined as a multiple dwelling, right?
Yes.
So we have apartments and elderly housing assisted living facilities are both facilities designed for and occupied primarily for dwelling purposes for 3 or more families living independently. Isn't that the conclusion you have to reach?
That's the conclusion you have to reach. However, it's modified by the words assisted living in the elderly housing / assisted living facility. Assisted living is not a defined term, but I think the common use would be that there has to be some sort of nursing care or supervisory care, so that it would not be totally independent.
But that's not what the definition says. The definition of elderly housing assisted living is a multi-family structure. We've already agreed on that, haven't we?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I got a series of questions that I'd like to ask you about the 2 different types of buildings. I hope we can agree that both apartments and elderly housing assisted living facilities have central lobbies and not individual outdoor accesses, correct?
Not necessarily.
Wait, Dom, Dom, you gotta let.
That's generally true.
Okay. And both apartments and elderly housing assisted living facilities provide parking for residents, staff, and guests, don't they?
Yes.
And both apartments and elderly housing assisted living facilities provide loading and unloading areas for the delivery of furniture and supplies needed to operate the structure on an ongoing basis, don't they?
Yes.
And both elderly housing and assisted living facilities are required to provide at least 2%. They're required to provide that at least 2% of the units meet the Americans for Disability Act accessibility standards so that handicapped persons are able to live in those units, right?
They're required to meet the ADA standards. I don't know if the 2% number is correct. I don't know the ADA perhaps as well as you do.
Okay, that's fair. But following up on that, apartment units can be constructed or modified to meet the ADA accessibility standards so that handicapped persons or elderly persons are able to live in the units. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And both apartments and elderly housing, assisted living facilities are structures designed for long-term residency, aren't they?
yes.
And as we have seen with all of the new apartments and assisted living or elderly housing facilities, both of them that we've seen constructed in the recent past provide significant amenity space for the residents, don't they?
Not necessarily.
Well, the new facility in White Marsh down the road has significant amenity space, doesn't it?
It does, but that doesn't mean everyone does.
And the hill in White Marsh has significant amenity space, doesn't it?
Yes,
And the facility that John Westrom is building right across the turnpike from the mall on Plymouth Road has significant amenity space, doesn't it?
yes, it does.
Okay. And what we've seen is apartments and elderly housing assisted living facilities that have been constructed recently. They provide conference rooms for use by the residents, don't they?
Some do.
And those conference rooms can serve as an event space, can't they?
I suppose they could.
Or is just a general area where people congregate, right?
Yes,
And if the ownership and the residents desire, those spaces can be used for catered meals, can't they?
they could be.
And that applies to both, these last three items apply to both apartments and elderly care, elderly housing, assisted living facilities, don't they?
They could, but neither of those, neither apartment houses or elderly housing assisted living facilities are required to have any of those spaces that you just talked about.
We're not talking about what they're required to have. We're talking about whether they're comparable or not. And that they, as you said, they either can or they do contain those facilities. So let's go on. Now, both apartments and elderly housing assisted living facilities that we know of in this area of the county that have been constructed recently, they provide social activities for the residents, don't they?
Generally, yes.
And that's both apartments and elderly housing assisted living facilities, right?
Yes.
And some of the apartments that have been constructed recently provide communal breakfast facilities, don't they?
I don't have any personal knowledge to that.
Well, how about the new Corman facility up on Union Meeting Road? Do you have any personal knowledge of that?
No, I don't. Never been in it.
Okay. I guess you'd agree with me that the types of services that today's modern apartment buildings provide are a function of the choices made by the owners and the residents of those apartments, right?
That's true.
And the same thing can be said for elderly housing, assisted living facilities, right?
Not necessarily. Elderly housing assisted living facilities must provide certain requirements, and it's in the definition. They shall include common dining. They shall include social and recreation features. They shall include special safety and convenience features. So they would be optional in an apartment house, but they're required in an assisted living facility.
Okay, but they both either can or may have them, or are required to have them. I think that's what we're both saying.
Well, I'm saying that an assisted living elderly housing facility is required to have them. An apartment house could have them.
Okay. Give me a second. What did I do? I'm sorry, you gotta bear with me for a minute. Jess, could you bring up the chart? There's a building, yeah. All right, let me find this. Give me 1 second. I hope you can read that chart.
I can.
Okay. So I'm showing you a chart that shows building classifications, construction types under the International Building Code for certain uses. Would you do me a favor and look at that and tell me when you're prepared to discuss it?
I'm prepared.
Okay, so on the chart's really broken into an upper part and a lower part, is it not?
It is.
And on the top part of the chart are a number of uses that require, I believe, a class 1B fire rating. Do you agree with that?
Well, I agree that that's what it says, although I need to say that I am not an expert when it comes to the building code. And if you're going to get into building code questions, you need to be talking to somebody else.
Okay, well then let's not waste your time. I'll bring one of our people back. So thank you for taking care of that. Jess, could you bring up some of the definitions, 1101.1? Is that 1101.1 L? Now, I have in front of you section 1101L. That's out of the shopping center regulations, is it not, Ken?
Yes, it is.
And we talk about maximum heights. And it refers to heights for apartment buildings in the SC district, correct?
Yes, it does.
And it allows high-rise apartments up to 140 feet, doesn't it?
Yes,
And it has other heights at 40 feet, correct?
correct.
Now, you told us on your direct examination that the reason, your speculation or your opinion as to why the apartment building height was left in was because what'd you say, the Plymouth Park apartments on Butler Pike were existing in 1980 and were in an SC shopping center district?
That's correct.
Now, tell me where the Plymouth Park apartments are on Butler Pike.
They are on Butler Pike, almost down to North Lane. In fact, the Plymouth Park Apartments front on both Butler Pike and North Lane.
Is that Cherry Lane or Cherry something or other that they're currently called, or are they still called Plymouth Park Apartments?
As far as I know, they're Plymouth Park Apartments.
Okay, just trying to get a mind's eye picture. Now, they're 30, 35 feet tall, right?
Yes, they were built as garden apartments.
So they're garden apartments. And whatever their height was in 1980, they were allowed to stay at that height under the existing ordinance, weren't they? Because they were non-conforming, even though they were removed as a permitted use.
They would have become legally non-conforming once the permitted use was removed.
And they would have then only been able to be redeveloped to the height that they were at that point, wouldn't they?
That's correct.
So your guess that the township officials back then left this 140-foot provision in order to regulate the Plymouth Park apartments is not really borne out, is it?
Well, I think it could still provide a guideline if those apartments were ever to be raised and completely rebuilt. It could still provide a guideline. Again, neither of us were there in 1980 when this ordinance was passed. We have to look for a reasonable definition or a reasonable understanding of what that ordinance says.
But if the 1980 ordinance removed high-rise apartments from the SC shopping center district, the Plymouth Park apartments became non-conforming, didn't they?
Correct.
And as a non-conforming use, they were allowed to either stay the way they were, or they could be redeveloped, but the nonconformity could not be increased. That is, they couldn't have gone to more than their garden apartment height under either the zoning ordinance or the law, right?
I don't know that someone couldn't make an argument that they could redevelop and build to a higher height based on the fact that the 140-foot limitation was still in the ordinance.
But if the 140-foot limitation had been taken out when the use had been taken out, nobody could make that argument, could they?
No.
So there was no reason that you know of to leave this 140-foot height provision in. It certainly wasn't to protect the Plymouth Park Apartments, was it?
No, but I think I already said that the only reason that I can think that it would have remained would have been to provide some kind of a guideline if the Plymouth Park Apartments were ever raised and completely rebuilt.
Are you saying that that after the apartments were taken out of the shopping center district, that if the Plymouth Park Apartments they'd have to be demolished, that the guideline would be that they could be 140 feet in height?
I'm saying that that's a possibility. You know, again, neither of us were there when this happened. We have to look at the ordinance and we have to read it in a way that makes sense.
Okay. Let me go on. Now, that section that we're looking at, 101L, also refers to the heights of hotels, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
In the SC Shopping Center District, right?
Correct.
Hotels are not currently a permitted use in the SC Shopping Center District, are they?
No, they are not.
Did you investigate when hotels were taken out of the ordinance?
I was not able to determine when hotels were taken out. I do not know.
But we know that hotels are no longer a permitted use in the SC Shopping Center District, right?
That's correct.
But we still have, based on this, a high-rise apartment building, a hotel, a motel, or a motor court can be 140 feet, right?
That's what the ordinance says. That's correct.
Now, help me with this one. The ordinance still allows motels and motor courts under section 1100 in the SC district, right?
Yes.
But the definitions of both motels and motor courts require direct access from the rooms or the units to the outside, to the parking lots, to the area around the building, right?
Well, that's true of the definition of motel or motor court, but the definition of motel, which is directly above, says an establishment providing transient accommodation with at least 25% of all rooms having direct access to the outside without the necessity of passing through a main lobby of the building. So based on that definition, 75% of the rooms could have other than direct access.
Okay, so but you would agree with me that neither motor courts nor motels with direct access to the street are being developed in today's world. Isn't that accurate?
Certainly not in the part of the world I'm familiar with.
Okay. And that's the same part of the world that you and I are both familiar with. And in fact, we have a number of hotels that have been built in Plymouth. What's the name of the hotel that when you come off the turnpike, the new one there? You know what I'm talking about? When you come off the turnpike in Peter Cross's old industrial park, trying to remember the name of, you've been involved in the
The one that
review.
John Westrum's building.
That's an assisted living, that's an elderly care facility.
Correct.
And now I'm thinking the other side, on the south side of Germantown Pike, when you come off, well, you've got down on Chemical Road, you have a Hampton Inn, right?
Correct.
And a Hampton Inn is typical of today's, what they call limited service hotel, right?
Yes.
And so that's hotel rooms, a lobby, and very limited services, right?
That's true.
Designed for the transient.
Yes.
So that's today's rendition of the motor hotel. I'm sorry, the motor court and the motel, is it not?
I think it's close, yes.
And then we've got the other successor to the motor court and the motor hotel, the extended stay facility, right?
Correct.
Like the DoubleTree right across the Hickory Road in the office campus, right across the street from the mall.
Yes.
And we have over on Plymouth Road, the high rise, what's it called? Spring Hill Estates,
I don't know offhand.
But there are two extended stay facilities on the south side of Plymouth Road, south of Germantown Pike, aren't they?
Yes.
And none of those 4 or 5 buildings that I've described have any rooms that have direct access out onto the road or the parking lot. They all have lobbies, right?
That's true, but they're in different districts, Mark, and I'm not sure that we want to confuse things by starting to talk about different uses in different districts and try to apply them to this district.
Well, I have something in mind, and I understand that. I'm just, if you bear with me for a minute, I'll get there. My computer skipped. I got to get back there.
If we could mute some background noise, please, there, whoever has background noise.
Jess, I think
Please
it may
mute.
be you.
I'm sorry. She's in another room. I didn't think you could hear her. I'm so sorry about that.
We
No
get it.
worries.
We get it. So, Ken, I guess what I'm getting at is that under the current ordinance, you can have a motel and a motor court. But because of its requirement that you have to have direct access, we have had no hotels built in the shopping center district. And that requirement would preclude, from a practical point of view, a motor hotel, a motor court or a motel from being built in the shopping center district, right?
I don't think it precludes it. I think it requires a different design.
But not a design that is currently being built in today's hotel motel world, right?
It doesn't mean it couldn't be built.
No, but just answer my question, please.
Well, you can ask
I
me,
know,
but
I know it.
I can't answer a question that in a way that isn't accurate.
Well, you could say, no, they're not being built at the present time in Plymouth meeting, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't be possibly built. You can answer both questions.
And that's exactly what I said. There's no reason they couldn't be built under the current ordinance.
Okay, well, you didn't, but that's okay. So the intention under the ordinance today appears to be to allow today's equivalent of a hotel or a motel to be built in the shopping center district. And the regulations have provisions for the height and the parking requirements for hotels, motels, and motor courts, right?
Correct?
But we've agreed that a hotel is no longer a permitted use in the shopping center district, right?
Yes.
And we've agreed that from a practical point of view, no motel or motor court in compliance with the ordinance would be or could be built on the shopping center, in the shopping center properties, right?
Well, that was your conclusion. My conclusion that it could be built in accordance with the ordinance requirements.
That was your conclusion that it could be, but you didn't answer my question when I say, in today's world, what we see from a practical point of view, no hotels, extended stay or limited service are being built where you can walk out of your room and be in the parking lot, correct?
There aren't many, but there are some that are built that way from time to time. There's
None,
one that
with all the hotels that have been built in Plymouth Township, none of them have been built that way, have they, in the last 10 years?
none have been built in Plymouth Township that way, correct? But we can agree to disagree that they couldn't be built that way on the Plymouth Meeting Mall property.
Okay, so tell me where in the last 5 years you've seen a hotel built that where you didn't have to go through the main lobby to get outside.
Off the top of my head, I can't give you an example off the top of my head. This
Okay, thank you.
isn't something I was asked to provide.
Okay. And there is a high-rise office building on the mall property, isn't it?
Yes, there is.
And you read Seth Shapiro's testimony where he said that that's sort of like a dominant feature that sort of identifies the mall from the turnpike. You agree with that?
I object. This is beyond the scope of his direct. I mean, not sure what.
Overrule, we'll let him answer.
I'd agree that it's a dominant feature, yes.
Okay, really all I wanted. And across the street, across Hickory Road, is the DoubleTree that is 7 or 8 stories, isn't it? Might even be taller.
Yes.
And right on Hickory Road, just before the turnpike, there's a brick building that is, I don't know how many stories, but is really elevated above the road, isn't it?
Correct.
And then if you go around a corner onto Germantown Pike and you go a little bit north, you come to the Plymouth Hill condominium. Do you know what I'm talking? Do you know where I'm referring to?
Yes.
And that's a high-rise building, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And then if you go to the other if you go to Plymouth Road on the south side, there's a very tall extended stay facility there, isn't there?
Yes, I don't know exactly how tall it is, but I think I know the one you're referring to.
Well, you see it when you're coming from King of Prussia. It's the first thing you see of Plymouth Meeting, but that's just my comment. I'll withdraw that. So therefore, you would agree with me that a high-rise apartment building in the Plymouth Meeting Mall would be consistent with the surrounding structures, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. I would need to see the high-rise apartment building you're referring to, not just a high-rise apartment.
Well, you read Seth's testimony. Didn't you look at his exhibits?
I did.
Well, isn't that 11-story building consistent with the height of the office building on the Plymouth Meeting Mall and the height of the DoubleTree across the street? Aren't they all around the same height?
The height could be consistent, but the massing of the building is completely different. I'm not an architect. Seth's offered architectural testimony. I'm not an architect.
Okay, so we'd at least agree that the heights are similar. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the proposed apartment building use will not be detrimental to the use of adjacent properties, right?
Objection, this is beyond the scope of his direct. He just talked about the general character. Nothing had to do with a special exception.
Mark, what does that have to do with planning and
Well,
zoning?
what he said, David, was that, I don't agree with him, but he said that the assisted living facility was only permitted as a conditional use, and there are criteria in the conditional use, and the criteria I'm talking about right now are right out of the conditional use criteria. So I think that it's very germane.
Okay, we'll allow that line.
Ken, do you remember the question? You want me to read it back?
Why don't you read it back, please?
Sure. And you'd agree with me that the proposed apartment use will not be detrimental to the use of the adjacent property, will it?
I can't answer that question. I think there are lots of reasons that it could be detrimental.
Well, you can't answer that question. Okay, you can't answer that question. Well, and then I don't know whether you can answer this one, but wouldn't you agree with me that the proposed apartment building will be complementary to the adjacent mall use in that if
Way beyond the scope of his direct.
Mr. Kaplan, is that another criteria from the conditional use?
I believe it is, David. I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it is.
Complementary
I don't think it. I haven't seen
to?
I don't have it in front of me. I did this a long time ago. I pulled this out from the general provisions of the special exception.
Well, I'd like to.
You know what? I'll skip that one.
Thank you.
But I'd like to wrap up and just go over certain things that I think we've talked about. The comprehensive plan envisions that Plymouth Township will be a family-oriented, multi-generational, and inclusive community that provides affordable, quality housing opportunities for people of all ages and abilities. We agree on that, don't we? Don't we, Ken?
We agree that that's what it says.
And we agree that the comp plan says that 1,415 new dwelling units will be required in the township between now and 2040. We agree that that's what it says.
We agree that's what it says, yes.
And I think you would agree with me that the proposed apartment building would help to satisfy part of that need for those 1,450 dwelling units. Can you agree with that?
It
you agree
could, but
with
I think a lot more work needs to be done to determine whether that's the proper location for those dwelling units.
Okay. And the comprehensive plan also seeks to enhance the township's established commercial corridors, shopping centers, etc., where infrastructure already exists, correct?
Correct.
And I think we all can agree that the Plymouth Meeting Mall is in need of enhancement, to get rid of the existing IKEA building, to give it more life today.
Objection. I don't.
Yeah, Mark, that goes well beyond what the comprehensive plan says. You're.
Yeah, okay, I got a little carried away. I'm sorry. That was part of my closing argument. I'm sorry.
That's
Dave.
what I thought.
So strike all of that. And let me go back and say it the right way. We agree that the comprehensive plan also seeks to enhance the township's established commercial corridors, shopping centers, where infrastructure already exists. We agree on that, don't we?
We do.
Now, so would you agree with me that the proposed apartment development would help to realize part of that vision, because the proposed apartment building will attract both young professionals and baby boomers as tenants?
I object. It's beyond the scope of his direct, and again, he wasn't involved with the creation.
Well, let me ask Mr. Kaplan something. Aren't we rehashing now the testimony that you developed on cross from Mr. Amy when you reviewed the individual provisions of the comprehensive plan?
David, you are absolutely right. I was asking that question to get to my penultimate question.
Can it be the ultimate question?
Well, the ultimate question, okay.
Penultimate implies there's two questions left.
Yeah, you know what? I think the rest of my questions for Ken are conclusions that are really legal in nature, and they're self-evident to the board. So we don't have to go back and forth with that. I think that I've completed my cross-examination of Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Redirect, Mr. Musso.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to focus on this issue of the planning document. So, Mr. Amy, in your experience, or what outranks what? Is the zoning code control, or is the planning documents control, planning vision?
The zoning code is.
I'm going to object because that calls for a legal conclusion. The municipality's planning code has a specific provision that said that zoning code should be consistent with the planning code. Not require it, but should be.
Overruled. Mr. Amy's knowledge and experience in zoning and planning, he knows what governs and what is what doesn't govern.
The zoning ordinance controls, and it controls land use decisions. The comprehensive plan is at best a suggestion.
And in fact, I believe Mr. Kaplan pointed out on page 51 that the recommendation is that there should be an update to the zoning and subdivision and land development ordinances. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Who updates zoning ordinances and land development ordinances?
Well, that would be council. And I think that a lot of what we went through tonight could be presented to council, and maybe a request could be made for a zoning ordinance change or text amendment of some sort, so
in 1980, council removed higher-rise apartment buildings as a permitted use in the shopping center district, correct?
Yes, they did. The council at that time, yes.
Are you aware of the council adding that back in now as a permitted use?
No, I'm not.
All right, and in fact, there was a lot of testimony on Cross about the new elderly housing use. That was added by council, correct?
Yes, it was.
They changed the zoning code to allow that use in this district, correct?
Correct.
All right, and they haven't done so for a high-rise apartment building.
No, there was actually a draft of an ordinance that proposed an apartment building on the mall campus that was drafted by Denise Yarnoff and a planner from Mr. Kaplan's office that was presented to me and to the township approximately 8 months ago. However, that never went anywhere, but there was, to my mind, there was an acknowledgement that a text amendment was the way to permit apartments on this property.
Objection to is a conclusion that there was some kind of legal inference because we submitted a draft ordinance. I think that should be
You can recross them, Mr. Kaplan.
Okay.
All right, so, but again, council has not changed the decision in 1980, which removed high-rise apartment buildings as a permitted use.
No, they haven't.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan.
I have no further redirect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Amy.
David, could
you.
we have a couple of minute break?
Mr. Raimondo, is that acceptable to the zoning hearing board? 5-minute recess? You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine if we need to.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Great.
We'll be back at 8:54.
No, Frank. Come on.
Hey, Peter and Dave.
Are we off the record, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Peter, didn't you want to cross-examine my witnesses? Or are you done? You're done.
Totally did, yep.
I'm sorry. It was counsel that wanted to cross-examine. Dominic wanted to ask questions. We didn't do that.
Okay, yeah, and your witnesses are here, Mark?
Yeah.
All right. Peter, is that all right with you if we take a break in your direct to allow the board, excuse me, to ask questions of the witness of Mr. Kaplan's witnesses?
Sure, if that's the board's pleasure, that's fine. I understand. Mark's absolutely right. That's what we said was going to happen this time.
True, and I don't want to have Mark bring back his witnesses.
Totally agree.
And that's the sort of judicial economy here. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, just waiting. We have Dom, Brian, Dave, Amy, and Denise. Okay, all our ZHB members are back. Still off the record. Dave Raimondo, is that okay with you and the board if we shift back to you asking questions of Mr. Kaplan's witnesses from the first hearing?
Yeah, how many witnesses do we have total?
I think there were 3. There was Mr. Comita.
There was 4.
4.
There was Comita, our engineer.
Olezhnikov, DeSantis, and Shapiro.
Yeah. But I suspect that the board only wants to ask questions of certain ones.
Well, let's let them decide. Is the board in a position to ask questions of Mr. Kaplan's witnesses, starting with Mr. Comita? Mr. Comita was a zoning and planning expert.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. Is that okay with?
Paul is motioning me.
Off the record still, correct?
Yes, all off the record. We're just trying to decide where we're going to go. Thank you. Is the board all right with that?
Yeah, if we have additional questions down the road, we can always bring somebody back or get a question answered if we don't have it ready right now, right?
True.
Okay.
True. I'm sure Mr. Kaplan would do his best to accommodate that, certainly.
We certainly will, particularly when we can do it by Zoom.
Exactly. Okay. Let's go back on the record. Council and the zoning hearing board have had a discussion off the record, and the zoning hearing board has, council has agreed to allow the zoning hearing board to go back and ask questions of the applicant's witnesses, starting with Mr. Comita. Mr. Comita is here this evening, and I believe he's here.
Tom's here.
I thought he was.
He's muted. And he's hiding on his cell phone, so we can get him.
Okay.
Tom, you there? There he
Tom's
goes.
iPhone.
Yeah, here he comes.
Okay.
Tom?
I guess it's possible he's still on break.
Yeah.
Why don't we move on to Mr. Oleshnikov? I saw him on also. There's Mr. Oleshnikov. Now, let me remind the board, Mr. Oleshnikov is a professional engineer with Bowler Engineering. He's the project manager for this development, and he was qualified as an expert in civil engineering. Any specific questions for Mr. Oleshnikov from the board members?
Let's do a roll call. I guess we can start with Amy. Do you have any questions for Mr. Oleshnikov, engineering?
I don't recall any questions that I have at this time.
Okay, Denise. Unmute.
Thank you. Well, I'm not sure if he's who I would have the question for, but would Mr. I forgot how to pronounce your last name. Would you be involved with the sewer and water line connection? Would that be directed to you?
No, that was Bob Campbell.
Oh, okay. All right. No, thank you. Then I don't have any questions for you right now.
Okay, Brian.
Yeah, I don't have any specific questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Dom.
Yeah, I'm just perusing through some of his testimony there. I think the main question I have for him was he was involved with Miller's Ale House, excuse me, Dick's and Shake Shack.
That's correct.
So what have you seen now that they're done? Shake Shack's not done, but Miller's Ale House is done. It's very successful. The Dick's is done. That's very successful. That whole side of the mall has become very successful all of a sudden. It was kind of a dead area in the past. What changes have you seen?
In terms of what?
Parking, traffic, people walking around, you know, everything. Have you seen, is it more vibrant? Is it still dead? Did you know this mall 5 years ago?
I had been at the mall in the past before those as a customer. I would say in terms of having more traffic there, certainly what's there now is, I would say, is probably doing better than the Macy's that had closed.
Okay. Okay, and when you did your engineering, you were just doing the buildings? You didn't do anything with the roads? That's the traffic guy, right? The traffic engineer's next?
Yeah, so the roadways in terms of like Germantown, I did not have any hand in that. And in fact, as part of those plans, the Macy's redevelopment and the Shake Shack out parcel improvements were limited to the parking lot area directly in that area of the mall.
Well, I am talking about the inner ring and that specifically the parking lot area outside of Dick's and Miller's where they put the Shake Shack right there.
Yes, I was involved with that.
Okay, and why did they choose to leave that outlet there open? At the next door to the Shake Shack, there's a drive, you could go out into the outer ring.
You know, let me just interrupt. I had Joe DeSantis, who was the traffic engineer who testified. I think you would be better off asking those questions to Joe. In fact, that was part of his testimony last time.
Is that okay, Mr. Aprile?
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah,
But,
okay.
but let me just, Mr. Aprile, you ask about how the mall was doing. If that's relevant to you, I can bring, not tonight, but I could bring another witness on who could give you an overview of the mall's business. If you think that's relevant, we would be glad to do that.
Mark, I think that has some relevance, but that wasn't really why I was asking John the question. My question is, I keep hearing that the mall was falling off and there was not a lot of traffic and there's not a lot of parking and all of that. And now they refurbished it and it's, that side of the mall is extremely, extremely busy. There's traffic problems and we'll get to that with the traffic engineer. I guess my questions for John were really, and for Tom, who I seen just popped up. And I don't want to go back to Tom's comment yet, but I was trying to find that in the testimony that we have here. Really, I wanted to ask John, from a standpoint of the changes that were made, how much occupancy did it increase? How much more business is it driving there? How much more activity is happening?
I'd have to bring somebody from management, Dominic, and I'd be very willing to do that, to answer those questions.
Okay, and they're not really from a financial standpoint, Mark, you understand that?
I understand, and it is, look, I totally agree with you. We're talking about the overall mall. And I'll be glad to bring a senior vice president of development and have him discuss that with you at length. In fact, I'd like to, but I thought it was a little bit beyond the scope of the special exception, but that's your call.
And I would just agree, the township would object to calling that kind of witness. It's beyond the scope of the issue before the zoning hearing.
Well, the issue isn't before the board. Mr. Aprili's asking questions. Mr. Kaplan offered to maybe help him answer a question. I'm not going to tell either council how to do their case.
Let me ask the question.
Let me just ask,
way.
Mr. Aprile, you can please continue to ask Mr. Oleshnikov your question.
John, in your engineering and planning of those stores, was it thought out to allow for additional occupancy and usage?
What we showed there was what was planned for as part of the building footprint we were given. That was developed by the architect in Preet. So whatever spaces were planned for and shown on our plans were developed by someone else, and we took those and showed those on our plans.
Okay, so somebody at Preet gave you the building plans, and so then what did you do with those building plans?
So we take what the architects give us, which is typically the building shell, like an outline of a footprint of the building, and then we handle everything that is outside of the building. So whether that be utility connections, parking layouts, huge part of what we do is stormwater management and design, things of that nature.
Okay, and the stormwater, some of the testimony last month was about sanitary sewer, not stormwater. Is that correct?
Yes, sanitary sewer was talked about. I don't believe we specifically talked about stormwater management.
Did we have to make any changes to stormwater management for the additions of the Dicks and the Michaels and the Miller's Ale House and the Shake Shack?
Yes, we did.
And what was done? How were the changes? Can you explain some of the changes?
As part of the Macy's redevelopment, which is the Millers and the Dicks, there's an underground stormwater management basin that is an infiltration basin. And then as part of the out parcel development that has the Shake Shack, there is a rain garden that is also an infiltration facility that supports that development.
So that's still being developed, right? That's not complete yet.
The building is being constructed for the Shake Shack. The stormwater management controls are in place.
The rain garden?
Yes.
Did you say it was a rain garden? Is that right next door to the Shake Shack?
Yes, it's in between the Germantown and the Ring Road.
Oh, it's in between Germantown and the Ring Road. It's not next to the building.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for John.
All right, great. I just got a couple quick questions. Can you confirm that this whole property is walkable, like safely pedestrian friendly to walk the entire perimeter and throughout the parking lot?
I believe there was another witness who testified to that.
Okay.
Yeah, there are two, both Joe DeSantis and Seth Shapiro in different aspects testified to that, and we'll be glad to have them. They're here for you to ask those questions.
Okay, I didn't know if John was involved in the like walking directional path and sidewalk accessibility to the entire property. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's go back to Mr. Comita. Questions for Mr. Comita. Mr. Armando, you want to go down the roll?
Yeah, Amy, do you have any questions for Mr. Comita?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, and Denise?
No, I don't have any questions.
All right, and Brian?
No specific questions for Mr. Cometa.
And Dom?
Tom, when you, I think it was 2 months ago when you first when you're in your first testimony, because I don't see it in what I got last week, but did you mention that you grew up in Plymouth Township or near the mall?
I grew up in Manioc.
Oh, did you frequent the mall? I thought you had said you frequented the mall when you were younger.
I did about 50 times is what I said.
Okay, and then in the last 10 years, you were only there a couple times?
I would say in the last 10 years, I've been there about 15 times.
So have you seen a lot of change in the mall over the years?
Yes.
And have you seen a lot of change in the surrounding areas?
Yes.
And do you see all of that as growth, or do you see it as dying out?
For the most part, I would say growth.
Okay. And your specialty, could you tell me what your specialty is again? I'm
Sure.
sorry. I don't want to ask you a traffic question if that's not your
No,
specialty.
no.
That's not his specialty.
So I have 3 certifications. I'm a registered landscape architect in Pennsylvania. I'm a certified planner, just like Mr. Amy. And I also have a 3rd license with Congress for the New Urbanism. So I call myself a town planner and landscape architect.
Are you familiar with Sal Payone's job on Plymouth and Flowertown?
I know Sal Payone, but not that project. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, he did sort of a town center type of project, which has several townhouses with retail sites in the interior of the job. And
Okay.
it's a walkable town center. People live there, they have garages, they park their cars, they walk to the restaurants, they walk to whatever else is in that town center itself. And the apartments are across the street, and they have I think a CVS in front of their building. So
And where is that located?
Plymouth and Flowertown, it's right around the corner.
Cold Point?
Cold Point Village,
Yeah.
thank you.
Oh, Coal Point. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, I am
yeah.
familiar with that.
Butler Pike is part of it too.
Yeah.
Butler Pike, I'm sorry, you're right. I just think of the way that intersection used to be and what it is now.
Yeah.
I guess my question for you, Tom, is that more of a town urban district than what they're planning at the Plymouth Meeting Mall? Or how does that compare? How does it
Sure.
compare?
Sure. I think they're different from one another, but when you look nationally at the conversion or the growth of malls like Mashpee Commons in Mashpee, Massachusetts, the old Boca Raton Mall, which is now Meisner Park. If you look at Eastgate Village in Chattanooga, Tennessee. If you look at East Town Center in Columbus, Ohio, if you look at Legacy Park in Cleveland, Ohio, they were malls that transformed to town centers. And I could mention others, but I'll just start with the ones I just said. Whereas the one that you pointed out to me, South Pan, was hatched as a smaller mixed-use development project that was not originally hatched as a mall. But it's not uncommon that at Meisner Park in Boca Raton, Florida, Mashpee Commons, the transformation that's taking place at the Plymouth Meeting Mall is much like those, and it's just a matter of time. Exton Square Mall with the Whole Foods Market and now the Hanover Apartments is another example closer to home of this transformation.
Okay, and I don't disagree that malls are being transformed, like you say, and I don't know any of the malls that you were speaking of, so I really don't know what kind of infrastructure changes had to be made to make those changes efficient and safe. My issue is with the Plymouth Meeting malls, because that's where I live and that's where I drive by it every day, and I get stuck in traffic in the inner ring once in a while coming out of the Millers. And I know when Sal Peon did his mixed village, that was a concept that everybody liked. And I just think that the concept that you're talking about with this mall is quite different. And I just wanted to confirm that or clarify it.
Sure.
So you believe that that transformation is best for the Plymouth Meeting Mall?
I do. And in my capacity with the Congress for the New Urbanism, from 1995 to 2005, I traveled throughout the country, visiting, inspecting, writing about these transformations. I'm aware of about 50 of them nationally.
So when you go out and see these and you're on the committees, what kind of infrastructure changes do you see that need to be made to accommodate these types of transformations?
All of them have involved transformations, including traffic and utilities, because the old Seabury Shopping Center in Mashpee, Massachusetts, was transformed into Mashpee Commons. The only anchor that survived was the Purity grocery store that anchored the Seabury Shopping Center. Otherwise, a whole new street network was installed. And another example locally that you might have visited in Upper Saucon Township, the promenade at Saucon Valley on Center Valley Road, south of the city of Bethlehem, is another transformation that includes a mall-like area with residential. So
let me just ask one more question. When these malls are being transformed, were they all inside malls like the Plymouth Meeting Mall?
Most of them, yes.
And does the mall actually get demolished and the grounds leveled and they rebuild it?
At Meisner Park, Mizner, in Boca Raton, Florida, that's exactly what they did. Well, there is one part in Meisner Park that retained a portion of the old Boca Mall, but for the most part, they've been repurposed. They have older buildings that were offices that became apartments. They demolished certain parts to repurpose it. Similar to what Preet is proposing to demolish the old IKEA offices and put apartments in their place.
But they're not going to demolish the mall.
No. And what they've done over time, obviously with Whole Foods is annexations of the building footprint and separate out parcels like we talked about a few minutes ago.
Yeah, all the pads around the outside of it.
Right. I would say of the 50 or so that I have visited nationwide, I would say it's about half and half. Half of it is adding new building and street network, and half of it is repurposing buildings that were there, but it's combination. As you would say, you play the hand you're dealt in terms of trying to figure out the best arrangement of old and new.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
So if you had to say like the main benefit to these malls being refurbished into living apartments, what would that be?
Well, it's called Grayfield redevelopment. So you're not tearing down a woods. You're not using a floodplain or a riparian buffer. You're not encroaching on steep slopes. So you're taking really asphalt and buildings and repurposing it. So from the whole standpoint of like growth management and redevelopment and revitalization, the trade up is much better than converting farmland to some new use. And so the reason that nationally the redevelopment and revitalization has become so popular is it takes a underperforming condition and it creates an asset to it without related environmental consequences of woodland disturbance, wetland disturbance, steep slope disturbance, floodplain disturbance. None of those things would be impacted by the apartments at the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
And if you had to say the biggest challenges or a common obstacle, or if you had a main complaint from the surrounding area or a drawback, what would that be?
Well, in terms of, I spoke at the United Nations conference in Istanbul, Turkey in 1995, and I was asked to provide a 50-year view on urbanization nationwide in the United States and worldwide. And pretty much what I said on the panel was that the population is growing. Whether you want to look at DVRPC's numbers, the Pennsylvania State Data Center, or any other engine who looks at population, housing, and employment growth. And so between now and 2050, beside what the Plymouth Township Comprehensive Plan states for 2045, there will be growth. And when you think about the choices of where does the growth go, I don't believe there's any better place than the Plymouth Meeting Mall, because all of the attenuant impacts, the traffic is being addressed, as Mr. DeSantis pointed out. It doesn't create a problem with stormwater management. As Mr. Campbell talked about, there is a possibility for sewer capacity. But, you know, I've been, as I mentioned on November 16th, I've been the municipal planning consultant for 133 municipalities over the last 48 years. And over the last 25 years, I've been a proponent of repurposing the kind of spaces that unfortunately have not enjoyed the greatest economic success. In this case, it might be COVID. In 2008, there was a recession. In 1991, there was a recession. In 1973, there was a recession. As we came out of the recessions of 1973, 91, 2008, oftentimes the first choice that the Urban Land Institute, the Congress for New Urbanism, the American Planning Association looked at is repurposing space that was lost. in the neighborhood that I grew up in, Manayunk, we went shopping there all the time from 1956 to 1964 when the King of Prussia Mall opened. A lot of the stores and shops went to Roxborough. In 1971, when I graduated from Penn State, my undergraduate thesis was the historic renewal plan of the Manayunk Canal. It took us 9 years for the first canal day and to repurpose Main Street that was basically dead between 1964 and 1980. It took 16 years to repurpose Manayunk. So I think the long view is to look at how to repurpose space where you could create revenues. It's an asset to the community, and you're not creating adverse environmental impacts.
So what kind of store, what kind of benefits does the retail district have from the apartment living? And these
I think
other
there's-
areas you're talking about, like, are they symbiotic, or is there a big boost? Is it like negligible?
Well, as I mentioned on November 16th, I said in my direct testimony that I believe there's a synergy between the apartments proposed at the Plymouth Meeting Mall and the resources that are there, whether you walk to go to Whole Foods, or you go to the gym, or you go to a restaurant, or you go shopping at a retail shop.
But if you can you specifically cite the places that you mentioned that they brought those retail and commercial, like, did they have a big uptick? Did they become more vibrant, more, was it an obvious thing, or is it subtle, or is it in your experience?
I mean, it took a little while. When Main Street at Exton was developed in West Whiteland Township, the Priet-owned Exton Square Mall experienced a drop in retail sales because of the environment that was created at Main Street Exton. So, when I was in high school, South Street in South Philadelphia was hot. Then Manayunk is hot. Now where I live in Westchester is hot. So there's a changing preference on where people go to shop and dine and live and so forth. But in terms of the malls, they are kind of a sleeper opportunity, a hidden resource to be repurposed. And, there are many that have success stories.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, any other board questions for Mr. Comita?
Just to
Seeing
make an
none-
observation, based on Mr. Comita's characterization of revitalization of Manayunk. I grew up in East Falls. In fact, I think he and I overlapped at Roman Catholic High at one point.
Oh, hey, Brian.
But I was in the class of 70.
I was 67.
I guess I thought. But my mother lived in East Falls, and there was always a rivalry between the Falls and Manayunk, and she lived long enough to see the revitalization of Manayunk. She said, "I never thought I'd live long enough that Manayunk would be the place to go."
Yeah, I agree.
It was nice to see that.
Dave, before you move on, are we gonna have public comment at some point, or is that something?
Not tonight.
Okay.
We're not, we have, public comment comes after all the witnesses are done and both parties have presented their full cases.
Very good.
I have a question, but I'm not sure who to direct it to, Dave.
Sure.
And I feel like the original proposal and I remember sitting in on a meeting prior to being part of the hearing board, but the original proposal was for a much smaller footprint. And I'm just wondering what changed that it's now 500 units. To just with everything we're hearing, it just seems like an overwhelming in size and the number of potential residents moving in. So why is it now a bigger proposal taking over more space? And I feel like it overlaps the gray space into green space with the new proposal. So I don't know who to ask that question to.
Let me address that for a second.
Well,
think-
Mark, don't answer the question. Just tell me
No,
who
I'm
your
not.
witness
No,
is.
I'm not. No, Dave, I'm not going to answer the
Who's
question.
your witness?
No, I think that the person that may be able to address that is Seth. I think there are two aspects to Amy's question. One about size and why the different configuration, and I believe Seth can address that. Seth, you
Right.
there? First of all, am I right? Can you address those questions?
You know, possibly. I mean, I think my answer may be a little more ethereal on, you know, the appropriateness of where density belongs regionally to build on some of what Tom said.
Yeah, but you got to get out of the ethereal and answer Amy's question if you can. I think that John may be able to answer the question about the area. I quite frankly think the area is smaller than what was presented to council, but John may be able to answer that.
Yeah, in terms of footprint of the building, I know there was a different applicant, I believe, that had come in and was working on those plans. But I think in terms of footprint, it's a comparable size footprint. It's just that the difference between that application and this application or proposal is simply in terms of height and number of stories.
Well, there is one other thing. The other proposal did not comply with all the setbacks and side yards and all of the zoning requirements. And when council did not look favorably on that application, in order to submit this special exception application, we had to make sure that this plan complied with all of the setbacks, the side yards, all of the things that John testified to. Now, Seth is essentially the designer of the building, but John's right, they're comparable. This might even be a little bit smaller, but we were constrained with the existing ordinance requirements. We had another design and we couldn't move forward with that. And we looked at the ordinance and we said, wow, this fits in. Seth, take it from there with regard to design.
Yeah, no, Mark, you're absolutely right. You know, when we were brought on, we were asked to craft the proposal within the dimensional standards of the existing ordinance, understanding the use was going to be somewhat of an issue. But to make sure that those setbacks, and specifically, and this is something else I want to build on Tom's testimony on, coverages, both impervious and building coverages, all of those fell within or actually improved upon the existing conditions. So that's really how this was crafted, was to fit within that three-dimensional zoning envelope available to the site.
Let me
And then
follow up on that.
as we laid the building out, that's how we determined the yield. You know, how many units could fit within that envelope.
Well, let me follow up on this. From what I understand, Amy is certain, and I could tell by her reactions when she was receiving the answers to her question, that there was a smaller proposed apartment use. Less units, less height, whatever it was, there was a smaller proposal. And the answer that I heard was, well, that violated zoning requirements. So we went back to the drawing board and we put something bigger in that complies with zoning, except for this special exception use that's before the board.
The other building, David, the other building was 400 units. It went between 350 and 400 units.
Okay.
And it was limited to, I believe 5-story, which permits a different type of construction. When council, and it needed all kinds of relief. When we got forced in, when council said no to that or refused to act, then we had to put the building on we couldn't go outside. So when you can't go spread out, you have to go up. And to be quite candid, the cost of going up per unit is higher than when you build a building like we had proposed. So in order for Seth to build 2 or 3 below grade levels of parking at extreme expense, and in order to build a building out of concrete and steel, as opposed to concrete podium and stick construction, it requires more units. That was not our choice.
I mean, obviously, Mark's
Well,
not
I-
testifying there.
let me follow.
That is, object to Mark testifying like that.
Well, no, but the question, I understand, Mr. Musso, and the only reason that I followed up Ms. Letich's question was because I think this is a very important to the board and may certainly go to its decision. And I want to try to get them as much information as possible. And I understand that this may be more history and such, but I think Ms. Letich was saying, well, you know, if you cut off a floor or two from the current proposal, it didn't go out further, it just didn't go up as high, and you brought it down to your 350, 400 units. Can't you do the same thing here without needing all that other zoning relief? And let me add, it sounds like council's not supporting this one either because Mr. Musso is here opposing it.
Well, let's take one question at a time. The first question is, you have hit on the exact issue. Is it economically feasible to take, and if that were an issue, I would put the experts on. But Seth has done it any number of times. I've been involved in it. The other witness that I talked about, who's here, Dan Herman, who's the Senior Vice President of Development, could talk to it. We came in with a proposal for all of the reasons that Tom said. The mall is...
Mark, you don't have to go through the reasons why you can't, the original proposal. I'm just trying to figure out, and I think, again...
David, it's a legitimate question, and you characterized it accurately. And unless the board hears why, it sounds like we're giving you a gotcha. You wouldn't give us 400, so we're going to gotcha, and we're going to do 500. That's not why.
It was a text amendment before that council's rejected, so I think it's way beyond the scope of what the zoning hearing board can do.
Okay. Then let's, I agree with Mr. Musso. If there was a text amendment, Mark, hold on. If that's the issue, we're going to go back into the four corners of our hearing here. I'm going to ask the board if there are any, since we started with Mr. Shapiro, are there any other board questions for Mr. Shapiro, who is the architect of this?
David, can I just make one comment? I agree that Peter may be right, that we're beyond the technical scope. But that's not the way this board has worked for years and years. And they can help us help them all.
I understand, Mark, you're arguing, and I get it. Okay. Any other board questions for Mr. Shapiro?
Amy, do you have any board questions for Mr. Shapiro? Amy?
I
No?
believe you've answered.
Okay, Denise,
No, I don't.
Brian,
No, no further questions.
Dom, anything for Mr. Shapiro?
So Mr. Shapiro, he did this layout with
Mhm.
these things here.
That's correct.
What goes here? What are in here?
All right, for the record, you're pointing to, what is that, Mark? It's a plan, obviously, and I just don't want this
Wait a
and
minute.
what's over
wait,
here.
hey,
And
Okay, so let us bring up,
Yeah, let's bring the exhibit up.
let's bring up, hey, Jess, can you bring up Seth's exhibits? Jess, can you hear me?
Get out of here.
Yeah, she can hear me.
Yeah,
there
I'm
she
here.
is.
I'm
you
gonna, yeah, I'm gonna keep myself muted, but I'll pull them up.
Okay.
So if we could, I think what I saw that you're pointing to was actually, if you go to slide 36.
This is
So I think you were
okay.
asking what was in
Yeah.
the wings. Is that correct?
Yes, the two, you're right, the two wings. I didn't realize until you see this drawing how close they come to Whole Foods. So I guess that takes away a lot of parking lot there. And that's why you're putting it on the ground.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it uses both properties of the mall and properties of the office building, which would be consolidated.
It also cuts off the ring road, right?
No.
No, it does not. No, the ring road still passes it's sort of to the side of the Whole Foods. That would remain in place.
And I think, Seth, it might be worthwhile for you to walk Dominic through your drawings now that he understands more than when we showed this before.
Sure. So, I guess we could start, let's start with this one and then we'll go back to the perspectives. But the way this building works is that it has a very formal drop off and pickup zone, and that is on sort of adjacent to the Whole Foods right off of the ring road.
Wait, Jess, use your pointer to show everybody.
Right. So you'd be coming down the ring road, you make a right into now keep the other way, right down. Yeah, there you go. You make a right, and that's a drop off and pickup zone for things like Uber and Lyft, and also, prospective residents to parallel park along that area while they go into the lobby. And the main lobby of the building would face the Whole Foods. So residents going in and out of the building and going to the Whole Foods would come down the elevator, go to the lobby, and walk right out and right across the street, up the stairs to the Whole Foods. So that's sort of like the main front entrance of this building. But the building itself is organized in sort of a drunken cross, if you will, right? I mean, it's a cross pattern with wings of residential that rise up. If we go back to the perspectives now, we can start.
So
with
do those wings go all the way up?
The wings go all the way up.
Okay.
Seth, show them how the parking works, where the parking is and how the cars get to it.
So as the ring road extends down, and there may be some modification to that. Oh, to the left now. Let's go back to the left. There you go. So residents would be coming in, and they would likely go straight into one of the parking levels. Keep going down, straight in. Right, there'd be an entrance to one of the parking levels there. And then once you're inside the garage, which takes up that entire square, the whole sort of square, that not the two wings that are facing the Whole Foods, but the rest of it is a series of parking levels that go both down several levels and up several levels. And so there's actually another entrance around the back too, to the parking garage, as well as some surface spaces around it. Most of those extra surface spaces are to make it actually parking code compliant, even though it's not likely they would ever be used. So the building sort of sits on top of that square podium. So the two wings that come to the ground facing the Whole Foods do actually touch the ground, but the rest of the building rises above that. So if we can go to the perspective, you can see that. And there's one of the wings that touches the ground. You can see the other wing in the background, just to the right of the Whole Foods. And in between those two wings is where that drop off and pickup zone is. To the right side of this drawing, you can see the wing that sits on top of the parking podium. Go to the next. Actually, let's go to the one that you can see from like hovering over the, right, there you go. So there you see the wings that sort of hover on top of the parking podium. The parking podium is covered over with the amenity court and the amenity deck, and you can see a swimming pool up there. You know, we haven't really programmed it specifically, but there'd be hard court, soft spaces, the pool, and that also feeds into the building's main amenity program that sits up on that level.
So the parking is under the pool? Is
There'd be
that where the
parking under the, yeah, yes, that's correct.
Okay. What road is that in front of the building? Is that the Turnpike or is that Plymouth
That's
Road?
the Turnpike.
Okay. Isn't Plymouth Road back there too?
No, I think Plymouth Road's off to the left.
No, Plymouth Road is if you kept moving back. If you kept moving back towards Whitemarsh, the Plymouth Road runs parallel, comes down from Germantown and comes down the hill.
Right, the overpass, the Plymouth Road overpass would be to the left of this image.
Dominic, you need more help to where if you were standing on the side of the turnpike,
right?
You would, and you walked back away from the drawing, you would go to the other side of the turnpike. And when you get to the other side, the east side of the turnpike, you have Plymouth Road. Yeah, you have Plymouth Road.
And then Germantown.
And then Germantown, and you've got that connection between Germantown and Plymouth. So it basically, Plymouth runs parallel to the turnpike there.
And that's the Turnpike. That's not the end of the Blue Route, right?
No,
it's actually the interchange. What you're seeing is the interchange. You're seeing the sweeping ramp that's to the right of the building is the southbound 476 to westbound 276.
Yes, use the, yes, from up there, that's coming south that's coming from Allentown or Lansdale. And when you come down and you want to get off and you want to go onto the turnpike so that you can get off at Plymouth Meeting, you do exactly what Jess is doing with that pointer. And if you can, you got it?
Yep. All right.
If you take a look at Google, you'll see it real quick.
So the brown and tan structure in the left-hand side of this image, that's Whole Foods, right? Or am I mistaken? No, is that, no, I guess it's not. I guess.
No, that's actually all the way to the left in the background.
Yeah.
Keep going. Yeah, actually, she just had her finger on Whole Foods. That I think is right.
Okay,
There's Whole
that's
Foods.
right. Yeah, that's the structure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
May I just ask a question? Dominic, I didn't mean to intrude. If you have any questions. Any further questions?
I'm sorry, Brian.
No, if you have further questions, please ask them. Your questions prompted me.
Oh, okay. Do you have more questions?
I do. I just have I hadn't thought of this before, Mr. Shapiro. How many parking decks are required to accommodate 1,000 cars?
I believe we have 2 below grade and 2 above. There might be 3 above, but I have to go back into the drawings.
And how do they have entry and exit? Is it going to be the kind of funky thing you often have in parking lot hospitals, or is it hospital parking lots, or is it like one lane going down, one lane going up, and that kind of thing?
Oh no, we if the site's actually big enough to do a park on ramp, we would much propose it. We would do a sort of a light, a less steep, so it's like a 5 or 6% grade, and you can actually park on that ramp.
Okay, so but you're not.
It's referred to as called a speed ramp.
Yeah, you're not going to be having to go up to go down. In other words.
No, and in a facility like this, our experience is that the spaces are sometimes assigned, so you know exactly where your space is.
Right, okay. And is the amenity area with pool deck, that's not ground level, that's above ground, I guess, right?
That's above grade, right? That's sitting on top of the amenity deck.
How
And
many?
by the way, it's the ramp is how we deal with the pool. The pool is actually sitting on top of where the ramp is.
Oh, okay. And how many stories up is that then?
Excuse me?
How many stories up is the amenity deck?
Well, it's about 4 stories above the turnpike level.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You good, Brian?
I am, Dom, thank you.
So Seth, I'm not sure if the only questions I really have left have to do with traffic flow and the ring road. And I don't know if that's you or Mr. DeSantis.
It's Joe DeSantis.
Yep.
Okay. Did I lose my video?
Any other board questions for Mr. Shapiro? Dave, did you have any?
Yeah, no, we've covered everything I need to know about. Thank you.
Okay, great. Why don't we call Mr. DeSantis next and ask if there are any board questions for Mr. DeSantis. He's the traffic engineer.
All right. Start out with Amy. Amy, do you have any traffic questions for Mr. DeSantis?
Please start with me. I'll probably have some later. I mean, traffic's a huge, when I talk to fellow residents, traffic is everyone's biggest concern. I mean, the traffic is awful without 1,000 new people. So I'd love to see more details on traffic studies. And just the number of traffic accidents. I mean, between Plymouth Road and Hickory Road, there are so many accidents that are, you know, I feel that there just needs to be some additional improvements. I don't know that I have any exact questions.
Well, feel free to jump in if something comes to your mind.
I will. Thank you.
Denise, any questions for Mr. DeSantis?
No, I'd like to hear more about the traffic studies as well, later, I guess.
Well, now's the time to do it because we submitted the traffic study and Joe testified about the traffic study. And maybe it would be, so Joe testified about 2 separate areas. He testified about the effect on the traffic outside the mall, but the more important thing that we thought that he was testifying about was the improvements to the ring road for the reasons that Dominic asked before, or Brian asked before, or maybe it was Dave, I don't remember, but if you put this apartment building back there in the corner of the mall where the IKEA building is, which is really a god-awful mess when you go down there now, how are you going to straighten it out? And that was the focus of Joe's testimony. And it's obvious from your questions that maybe we've got to go over that again. And he did a traffic study, a 300-page traffic study with regard to the effect on the traffic on Germantown and on Hickory Road. So, Joe, why don't you start in wherever you think you should start in?
Let's finish our questions and then we'll let Joe sum up anything that he needs to tell us. So,
Okay.
Brian,
Okay, sure.
Brian, you want to continue your questions? You have any-
Yeah, I do for Mr. DeSantis. I couldn't really discern it from or infer it properly from the testimony. How are you going to take care of the issue? I know, say, when you go in through the main entrance, like across from Lawn Fall Road, you turn right, and then you bear left, and you encounter incoming traffic from that right turn lane that's just past is it the Luke Oil, whatever the gas station is, and it's almost, it feels as if you're going to be colliding with the traffic coming out of that lane. Are you going to compensate for that or make some kind of a change that would obviate that?
Yeah, we talked about that. I don't know, Jessica, can you bring up the circulation plan that was on the was part of the exhibit for the part of the PowerPoint. If you could go back to the big plan, just could you blow that up a little bit? Okay, so as you're
Blow it
saying,
up a little more, Jess, if you can.
so the idea, Brian, I believe that's
Yes,
the
Brian.
question. The idea would be we would channelize the traffic from that main access where the traffic light is, so that you can only turn right. And what that does is eliminates the conflicts at the internal intersection as you come in straight. But then as you stay right, we're going to keep you separated.
Wait a minute, Joe, wait a minute. You and I understand this. Let's slow this down.
Okay.
Right
Mark,
now,
let him answer Brian's
Yeah, he was
question.
answering adequately for me.
Yeah,
Well,
let him go. Let him go,
ahead.
Mark. It's too much,
Go ahead.
it's too much testimony.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I was just explaining that, the two different areas. The first area is where that internal T intersection is. We're going to modify that so you can't turn left, which is creating some of the conflicts there.
Right.
So to answer your specific question, Brian, is if you continue down on the ring road and as you come around the curve, there is a tendency for traffic to kind of, like you said, kind of run into each other. So what we want to do is keep them separated and use delineators in the roadway between the two lanes, just so they don't run into each other, to keep them straight. And I don't know if you could if you can go to the this next slide, that might be blown up, that area. Go to the next one. Okay, go to the next one. Okay, there you go. So in the blow up area, I don't have the lanes designated, so I apologize for that. But coming around the curve is one lane, and then when you come in around the Luke Oil, that's another lane. So they kind of come together, but we would keep them in two lanes as they continue to the internal intersection straight ahead. So they would not be able to kind of start weaving until they get past the delineators. So that's how we wanted to avoid them kind of, as you say, tending to run into each other. So we want to get them straight before they weave.
So the delineators are physical objects, physical
Yes.
barriers. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. But then you'd still peel off if you wanted to more to the left, say toward Whole Foods, or go more to the
Correct.
right to the apartment complex.
Correct. Once you get past the delineators and everything, both vehicles are straight, then you just weave normally.
Okay, then you do okay. It still involves caution on the part of the driver.
Joe, take us through the next slide.
So the next slide again was as you continue, another alignment issue is at that T intersection.
Yes, go to the next slide.
No, oh, do you want me to explain that? I was explaining.
Oh,
this-
no,
this
so
slide.
you're right. Somebody asked about the T intersection.
Well, just to finish up on this, we're just showing aligning the through lane correctly. Where right now it doesn't align. It aligns more with the left turn lane on
Supposed
the
to
other
be done at
side.
10, no later than 10, but there's a questioning that's going on.
So that's all this shows, how we would align the through lanes better. The next slide, Jessica, is an important slide. So this is a recommendation we're making in between the Whole Foods and the apartment building, where rather than going straight into the apartment access, the ring road would be reconfigured so it's a true curve in between the apartments and the Whole Foods. So the traffic knows they have to curve. And then if they're going to go into the apartments, they actually turn right. Because today,
Yes.
a lot of people.
Yes, use your pointer, will you please?
There's a lot of people today tend to go straight on the ring road and, and don't realize they're supposed to turn to go in between Whole Foods and the current IKEA building.
Yeah.
So we're going to reconfigure that. So, and then just continuing to the next slide, This is where the ring road kind of hits the T intersection, and we're going to try to encourage people to go to the right as opposed to go to the left and continue the ring road around the back of the mall, then around the back to Hickory Road. So,
Right.
so our goal is to kind of better delineate the ring road all the way around the mall. That's what these improvements are meant to do.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I guess that's the follow-up question involving the other auxiliary driveway further to the west up toward Hickory Road. That's the one I usually use when I go out. You know, you go out and then there's an incoming lane. You said the purpose of that, or are you going to repurpose that at all? In other words, or is that adequate as a feeder for the west side of the complex?
Right, for the unsignalized one, if that's what you're talking about.
Yes, the unsignalized one. Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, that's configured properly and it's functioning at good level service. You cannot turn left out of there, and we're going to keep it that way. You cannot turn left out. You can turn right out, and you can turn right in, and you can turn left in. And you can't turn left out. We want you to go to the traffic light, opposite Fountain Lane there. That's where we want you to go to turn left, and we're recommending putting in an arrow to assist traffic to turn left out of the mall.
Yeah.
So explain how the buses cause that to get all screwed up.
Well, yeah, it's as I mentioned before, what happens is, the traffic comes out of Fountain on the other side. They go out together and the buses kind of get stuck because they want to turn left. And by the time they actually start up and turn, the light turns red. So one bus might get out and then the rest of the traffic is stuck there. So by putting in the arrow, we'll get the buses started up right away and get that traffic out of the mall right away with the arrow before it goes to green for both directions.
Okay, is that out of the parking lot onto Hickory? Or is that onto the one going out onto Germantown?
That's going out onto Hickory.
Hickory, okay, the buses won't be going out on the, they wouldn't be turning out of that auxiliary driveway, they're only turning out of Hickory Road.
Right, just turning out the signal on Hickory opposite Fountain. Yep.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Anything else, Brian?
No, that's it, Dave, thanks very much.
Dom, do you have any questions for Mr. DeSantis?
Yeah, I do. Are we going to keep going?
Well, it's 10 o'clock. However, I think we're within reach of the finish line tonight. I would like to get through the board questions of Mr. Kaplan's witnesses, if that's okay with everybody.
That's fine.
And then my witness, sorry, on February 15th, is that the thought?
Yeah, we will continue it to February 15th, and we will start, Mr. Musso, with your next witness.
Can I make, is that okay with, just make sure that these guys are on and available the 15th? Jamie and Tom, does the 15th work for you guys?
Absolutely. Yes, I'll be there.
Let's go off the record and talk about this instead of putting this on the record.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
All right, go ahead, Dom.
Okay. Oh, what happened to my video again? It just disappeared. Okay, there we go. Is Tom Comita still on? I have one follow-up question that I just saw.
We're back. We're back on the record, Paul. Thank you.
Hey, Tom, I see you there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
I just have one question on mixed use with the business and employment with a residential component. How do they calculate the residential? How much should be the mix with residential versus business and employment? I guess you got retail, you got employers, office building maybe or something, and then you have residential. When they're doing these regentrification of malls, how do they come up with, is there a calculation on how much residential is optimum along with the retail, along with the office?
I think it varies quite a bit. When you asked me the question before, I forgot to mention Granite Run Mall, where the old Chi-Chi's restaurant gave way to an apartment building that's finished. And then there's one more apartment proposed where the movie theater is located. But you may have to ask someone from PRIA about that because they have a lot of experience at other malls in creating the mix. I have seen it vary widely, so I can't give you a specific percentage mix.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Back to Joe, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Mark, you said we had a 400-page traffic analysis or assessment. I got a 1-page summary. Joe's resume is 4 pages, and I got 1-page summary of the traffic summary, executive summary.
Well, okay, so if you want, Joe, if I said 400, it's 300, isn't it?
Well, the report itself with the text and the
Yeah, and
graphic-
hey, guys, I don't care how big it is. I wanted to read it to understand why we have problems with traffic and how they would best be fixed. But I'm not a traffic guy, so I'm going to ask Joe these questions. The first question I have is, when you're coming up, when you come off the Turnpike, or if you come off the Blue Route and you're heading west on Germantown Pike, you have your Luke Oil, and then you have your Whole Foods entrance, which is great, right? Now that entrance is also going to serve the apartment building now, 1,000 new cars. How's that going to affect backing up on the Germantown Pike? And I'll preface that in the past, before PennDOT widened the road, there was a lot of backups on the Germantown Pike, a lot of fender benders, a lot of accidents. Now with the Whole Foods there and with the widening of Germantown Pike, it alleviated all of that. Now we're going to pour 1,000 cars in there at rush hour. I'm talking peak.
I know. And Dominic, I want to be sure you heard me from before. Preet paid for widening Germantown Pike, not PennDOT. So I just wanted to make sure the board understands that. PennDOT, did work at the Plymouth Road intersection in Germantown Pike, but the widening of Germantown Pike from 4 lanes to 6 lanes from Plymouth Road to Hickory was done by Preet. They paid for that. So I just want to be sure the board understands that. And it's important because that recommendation came from the traffic study that we did back in 2007, when I could tell you the traffic from the mall was a lot higher in 2007 than it is now. And I could go through those numbers. So just wanted to be sure you understood that. The other thing is, again, talking peak hours, Dominic, it's not 1,000 cars. The way trip generation works is the highest hour is what we look at. And you got to realize, traffic flows for 500 units. The traffic flows in and out over several hours in the morning. Basically, they go out in the morning with some coming in, and then in the afternoon, they go out and come in. You don't have a peak of, you don't have a peak of 500 cars. The peak is only 160 cars. That's the peak in the afternoon. So, and that's coming in all the different driveways. So agreed, most of them is coming from the Turnpike and the Blue Route, but that's, when you look at how much is actually coming in that driveway, it's not anywhere near what you're saying. And there's a lot of capacity on all of the accesses. Hey,
Joe, I know there's capacity on the other accesses. My point is Germantown Pike access is the most hazardous. That Whole Foods entrance there is very because it's at the crown of a road.
Jessica, could you highlight that entrance Dom's referring to, please?
Right, no, go back, Jeff.
All right, Dom, go ahead.
Go back one more.
Well, the picture just shows the driveway. It doesn't show the elevation coming off the Turnpike and coming up the hill.
I do agree.
So you don't
with
see cars slowing down or stopped to go in the driveway.
I do agree with you that it's at a crest right there. I do agree with that. And they do have to be careful to slow down to go in there. Believe me, if I had my druthers, it would be nice to have like a decel lane into there, but Preet doesn't own that property. It's, it's a gas station. So there's not much you can do, but it is a sweeping radius. So they can go in there at a good speed. They don't have to really slow down as much as you think. And again, it's it's not that many more cars on a, when you look at it on an hourly basis, and then you divide it down, on per minute, it might be 2 or 3 cars in a minute that might be going in there, and they can go in pretty steady. So again, all I can tell you is looking at the analysis, the level of service doesn't change, much at all at that one, and neither at any of the accesses, because there's enough capacity at all the driveways.
Do
again,
you consider that driveway to be the main driveway for the new apartment building?
No. What we're going to try to do, well, let me back up. For traffic coming from the turnpike and the blue route to go to the apartments, it's going to be hard to not go in that, no matter what we do, they're just going to want to go in that way. It's a simple way to go. And that's how we assigned it in our analysis. But we do want to encourage the apartment traffic to use the Hickory Drive access. And that's why we kind of configured the access to the parking lot, to the garage itself, to kind of focus people more towards the back of the ring road to go in and out off of Hickory Drive. Because, so my hope is most of the traffic goes out Hickory Drive, and anybody coming in from the west should come in from Hickory Drive. But, I agree with you. If you're coming from the turnpike and in the blue route, you're just going to zip in that right turn and go to the apartments. I mean, it's just, there's no way you're going to be able to not allow that. But again, there's plenty of capacity for that.
Have you considered, Joe, a separate entrance and exit for this apartment building off of Hickory Road only?
Well, you don't need that.
There's for cars.
You don't need that. There's plenty of capacity on the there's 3 accesses on Hickory already, and they all have good level of service. There's enough capacity to easily add the mall traffic, add the apartment traffic without changing the levels of service. In fact, we're going to improve it with the arrow at the signal. So there's no need to add.
Yeah, well, that's a different part of what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking of the entrance, the first entrance to the mall that's marked Whole Foods. Okay, it's at the top of the crest. You can't tell me that the traffic is not going to increase, and it's going to increase a lot with 1,000 new cars. Even if 20% of those cars are coming home at night, even if 20%, it's got to be problem. It's got to be hazardous. And the question was, have you guys thought of a private entrance and exit on Hickory Road just to the apartment building? In other words, if you want to go to the apartment building, you have to go in one entrance and you have to go out one exit. And that's off Hickory Road. That takes a lot of hazard off of Germantown Pike. Have you thought of that? Has it been suggested?
Well, no, because we don't think it's necessary. And I guess that's something that could be explored. But
we did. We have a number of other developers that we've talked to. No developer is going to develop the apartments there if the main entrance has to be off of Hickory.
Mark, let him answer, Mark. Let him answer. Please.
But I guess, Dominic, I guess what I'm trying to tell you is the analysis shows there's plenty of capacity. And one of the ways I think I could explain it to you is look at the history of the mall traffic. When we did the study back in 2007, the mall in the afternoon peak hour was generating over 2,000 cars in the afternoon peak hour and close to 3,000 cars on the Saturday peak. That was in 2007. When Preet repurposed some of the back and put the Whole Foods in and the restaurants, the afternoon traffic dropped from 2,000 down to 1,800, and Saturday dropped from 2,900 down to 2,300. When the Macy's closed in 2017, the traffic in the afternoon dropped to 1,500, and on Saturday dropped to 2,000. So there was a 1,000 car drop from 2007 to 2017 with the Macy's being closed. That's on Saturday. When the Macy's was repurposed with the Dick's and the Michaels and all that, traffic went back close to where it was before. The afternoon is now at 17:45, where it was 18:85, but it still hasn't reached the 2200 that was 07. And in Saturday, it's back up to 2400, which again is closer to 2300 before Macy's closed, but it's nowhere near the 2975 or 3000 on Saturday. So when you add back in the apartments, you're still not near where the traffic used to be in 2007, and you're not even where it was in 2013. So that's my point, that there's a lot of capacity in these driveways. That
Joe,
all
can I
traffic
ask you a
is not
question? The last stats you gave us on when the Dick's and the Michaels and the Millers opened,
right?
When did they open?
I don't know exactly, but I'm gonna say it was 2018, I think.
I think 2020. Didn't Michael's just open in 2020?
Michaels and Dick's just opened.
Yeah.
Michaels and Dick's opened, I think, around the fall of 2019.
Right, 2019. That's what I meant. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's my recollection.
So did you really get a full analysis of that side of the mall is booming? And you're not going to see this on statistics with the state of Pennsylvania or the United States. You're going to see this when you live here and you see how much traffic goes to that side of the mall now. These guys are doing a great job. Dick's is doing great. It's going to do better when the pandemic's over. So is Michael's and Miller's Ale House.
Right, but our counts were all done before the pandemic. We did our counts back, last
Pandemic
year.
was March of 20. And if Dick's opened in September of 19, you didn't even give it a chance to get rolling. I mean,
Well, no, we
the
did
Shake
it-
Shack's not done yet. Once that Shake Shack's done, that whole entrance there is an abortion. It's just trouble. There's got to be some real change there, like change that alleviates hazard. Anyway, so the entrance, there's no way you would consider an entrance off of Hickory as a standalone entrance and exit for the apartment building because no developer will do it? Is that what I heard from Mark or from you?
I didn't say that. I'm saying that there's enough capacity.
Dominic, I did.
Objection to Mark's testimony. Let his witness answer.
I'm saying there's enough
Mark,
capacity.
I'm begging you to let
question.
Joe, just let him go. I know you have a lot to say, and I know you want to say it, but let Dom ask Joe questions, and let Joe get it
I
on
just
the
wanted
record.
it to be considered, but it sounds like it's off the table.
Again, I'm saying there's enough capacity for the existing driveways off of Hickory to handle the traffic.
I don't think your existing capacity is understated because of the new stores opening up and you don't have an analysis on them yet.
Dominic, we
because of the
did.
pandemic.
We counted those driveways after Christmas. There was plenty of activity going on out there. You could tell that the traffic has come back to the Macy's level. You could see that. But that's where it's going to level off until the next change at the mall. And it's still below where it was in 07. It's way below where it was in 07. So,
Okay.
and that's when Germantown Pike was 2 lanes in each direction. And you had that much traffic generated by the mall. So it is much better today than it was in 07.
And I'm sure that's indicative of the accident reports that the police have to file for that area.
I am not concerned about looking at accident reports. I think the accidents would be less than they are today, but that, I'm sorry, is speculation. Just because I know the area and I know it's flowing much better today than it used to.
Because the road's been widened. I agree
Yes.
with that.
Yes.
But now we're going to put more capacity there. That's the issue with
We're
me.
going to put slightly more traffic, but there's plenty of capacity.
Okay, next question. The entrance off of Germantown Pike where the traffic light is,
Yes.
you come in, you're not going to allow a left turn now anymore, right?
Right. Our feeling is that intersection is congested because of the configuration of the internal intersection. So we're recommending modifying that.
So I go to Miller's quite often and Dick's and now Whole Foods. I never went to Whole Foods before, but I like it. And my niece is in the salons right behind Dick's and all. So I'm in that area a lot. And different times when you have a lot of traffic there, it seems like the people coming out of Dick's, the people coming out of Michael's, and the people coming out of Miller's cut through the parking lot to get to that exit. And they come through right where the Shake Shack is, that driveway opening there.
Right.
And the traffic is backed up on the ring road and nobody wants to wait. So they go into the ring road and then they block the go through lane on the right that you could go around the road, the real ring road, where you could go around the mall
Right.
and not exit. So is there anything in your plans to correct issues like that?
Well, that's what our analysis is showing, that this revised configuration will address the backups on the ring road. And again, part of the reason the traffic is backed up on the ring road is because they have the traffic coming in from Germantown Pike has the right of way. So they have to wait until the traffic comes in, and that kind of bogs down the flow and backs up the ring road. So now that they don't have to wait for traffic to come in, they can simply turn onto the exit throat towards the traffic light. The ring road should not be bogged down now.
Okay, well, I mean, I've experienced it backed up, and it wasn't because somebody was trying to make a left at that T. It's because the traffic light is red and the traffic is backed up because there's a lot of capacity. And then somebody coming out of Miller's wants to get in and nobody will let him in. So he just blocks the other lane and then people are waving their fingers at each other. So I see that there's markings on this report that there is change. Is the only change a left turn there?
It's eliminating the left turn. So there's no longer a conflict from.
Right, there's no other changes.
Not at this area right here, no.
Was it ever thought of to close the entrance next to the Shake Shack into that driveway and move it further to the other side of the Shake Shack, further down into the parking lot? So it's continuous flow there. Nobody could block that driveway, block the ring road trying to get in and out of that driveway.
We could definitely look at that. I would be a little concerned about overloading the other driveway, but you know, definitely I think that's something we can look at. I think that's a good thought.
Well, I don't know how it would overload the other driveway. Coming in off of Germantown Pike, you can make a right and you have to keep going straight. You can't make a left on that ring road, right? When you come in off of Germantown Pike at the Whole Foods entrance, are you allowed to make a left on the ring road?
Correct. You have to go towards the Whole Foods, correct.
Right, you have to go straight.
Yeah.
So if you made an opening in the parking lot between that entrance and the further and the Shake Shack, it wouldn't bog down any traffic coming off of Germantown Pike.
No.
The ring road's backing up because of the traffic light.
No, there is an opening there. Hey, Jessica, can you go back to the full site plan and blow up where the Shake Shack is? Right, so Dominic, you're saying close off that one closest to the signal. But
Sure,
then,
and you had some parking there too.
But then what we're gonna, and again, I'm only concerned as a potential that we'd have to look at, but the next driveway is the opening that you're talking about. And I would just be concerned that might, you know, we just have to look at that driveway, but you know, what you're asking can be looked at. That can be looked at.
The only other thing in that area is, can you widen the ring road right at that T? So if you're in the right lane, hey, I go to that mall a lot, okay? I like to drive around. I can't drive around because the ring road stops at the movie theater and then you got to go through parking lots, which makes me crazy, but that's besides the point. If I'm coming out of Miller's or something like that, I'm not going to wait for everybody trying to get out on the Germantown Pike. I'm going to take the right lane and go all the way up and then come out at a different exit on the Germantown Pike or Hickory Road. But that road's always blocked. And it's blocked because people are coming out of that entrance, number one, and your left turn. So I didn't know that left turn was going to fix all the problems. I was wondering if there was room there just to widen it. So you got a lane to the far right to pass it all.
Right, and I mean, we could look at some further widening, but I really think the left lane is gonna work better with this configuration. We are widening on the other side, to have a separate left and right, as opposed to everybody being in one lane on the other side. All that traffic could turn into the throat, and when the light turns green, will get out much more efficiently than it does right now. You know, I hear what you're saying, Dominic. I think this is going to make a difference. I think closing this first opening, like you're saying, you know, could make a big difference too. If we have to go to another level of widening for an extra through lane, I think that's probably getting more than what we need to do. But you know, I think Preet's willing to do whatever we need to do to make this work better. I think what we're showing you is going to make it work better. But they haven't told me anything about not doing anything. if it's
Okay,
gonna make it
okay,
better.
I was just asking questions. What other changes are we making on the roads, in the mall?
So if you shrink this picture, Jess, if you go down, like I said, if you follow the ring road towards around the curve and go back towards the Whole Foods, you follow that around, you know, we're going to improve that curve. We're going to align that intersection. And then right here, Dominic, you mentioned about an issue right here, which we're addressing. Right now, it's configured that you would have to turn left to know to go into the garage for the Whole Foods. What we're going to do is reconfigure that so that we guide you in between the Whole Foods and the apartments, and then you come through, and then we're going to improve that radius to guide you behind the mall, behind the movie theater, to kind of complete the ring road. You know, this is what we're trying to do, define the ring road better.
Yeah, you know, it's not a ring road. I mean, to
No,
me, it's not a
I
ring
hear
road,
you.
because I can't drive around it, and
But we're
I like
trying to make it more of a ring road.
I don't like
what
to
we're
sit in
going.
traffic. I just put it to you that way. When you talk about all these studies and the mall traffic and all of that, I guess my question is, what about the outskirts of Germantown Pike, the Hickory Road, the Plymouth Road, with the growth that has happened with the apartment building on, well, that's about 5 years now, maybe, on Plymouth and Butler, as Brian corrected me. And then now we have a new
Park Road. called
senior
Park Lane.
citizens place on the other side of, what's that road? On the other side of the turnpike.
On Plymouth Road.
I forget the name of that one, I'm sorry. How does this growth affect the traffic that's coming this way?
Right. Well, again, we're trying to look at the impact of this development. We're not trying to solve the problems of the whole area. So what we looked at were the Hickory Road and Germantown Pike intersection, and the Plymouth Road and Germantown Pike intersection, so as well as the site accesses. What I can tell you is the traffic generated by the apartments added to the accesses and distributed to those intersections will not change, will change the delay slightly, but not enough that they require any mitigation. So the apartment addition to the mall in and of itself will not significantly change the current delays at those intersections. That's
So-
I can tell you that for sure.
Are you saying there's a problem, but this won't make the problem worse?
I'm saying that about Plymouth and Germantown more so than Hickory and Germantown. Hickory and Germantown actually has capacity without any problem. But the bottom line is, yes, there's some problems at Plymouth and Germantown. This does not affect it in any significant manner.
I thought an entrance for the apartment building, this is just me speaking, back near where the buses come in, that road's always empty. You could put a lot of cars in and out there all the time. And it wouldn't affect Germantown Pike capacity coming up that crown. It won't create any more hazards, and it would be mitigated with the traffic light at Germantown and Hickory. That was my thought. And I was surprised to hear that you guys didn't even consider it, but that's okay.
No, you're misunderstanding. You don't need a separate access onto Hickory. The 3 accesses on Hickory can handle the additional traffic. It's getting them to go there is kind of the harder part. And we're going to
Have you been to the Dunkin' Donuts across the street at all?
Across from the mall on
Yeah,
Germantown Pike?
the Dunkin' Donuts there?
I think I went there one time, yeah.
Well, they put a drive-through in, and the traffic just backs up on the Germantown Pike. So they put these reflectors in that you're talking about.
Right.
And all the reflectors are down already. Like, people, you could draw lines and say whatever you want, but once you're once you're off the roads, people do whatever they want anyway. So if you, maybe all these entrances have capacity, but if you want to move them away from the Germantown Pike entrance, you just gotta close it so they can't get into the apartment building. Then they'll have to come to Hickory Road, because that's the most expedited way if Germantown Pike was closed. If it was closed just to the apartment building.
Yeah, but how would you do that?
Well, you'd have to change some things on your plan. You got plenty of plan. You got a whole staff here. You can figure it
But
out.
how do you tell a driver, how do you tell this driver, you could use this driveway, but this driver, you can't use this driveway?
Oh, no, everybody would have to use that driveway. Everybody.
Right.
Everybody coming into the apartments.
Well, what about
last
coming into the
question.
mall? If they want to come into the mall, they're using that driveway. And they want.
Well, yeah, they could come into the mall. It's not restricting them from going into the mall. It's just restricting them from using the apartments, because that's where the big increase of traffic is going to come from with this development. You're going to have a lot of cars.
But what I'm saying is you're not going to be able to prohibit apartment traffic from going in that first right in on Germantown Pike. You're not going to be able to stop them.
If they can't get to their parking lot without coming in off of Hickory Road, are you going to go in the mall, park in the mall parking lot, walk to your apartment? Or are you going to drive around and park in your garage underneath and keep your car out of the weather and take the elevator up to your unit?
Well, again,
just a thought.
It's a thought.
Joe, I just have one more question.
Okay.
The way this is laid out right now, is there sidewalks that take you from I think Seth was mentioning it before, the wings.
Yeah.
That's a drop off area. Is there a sidewalk that takes you across the street into the mall, or how's that going to be handled? Or is people just gotta wait for traffic to die down before they could cross?
No, there's a delineated crosswalk that would be installed between the apartment sidewalk and the Whole Foods sidewalk on the other side. I believe there would be stairs that would be constructed or somehow to get up to that level, but it would be, a designated crosswalk, with delineations for drivers to know there's a crosswalk right there.
So in the elevations, what's higher? The Whole Foods is higher, right? The Whole Foods parking lot's higher?
Yeah, I believe maybe Seth could answer that a little better, but yeah, I think the Whole Foods is.
Yes, the Whole Foods the Whole Foods parking lot is higher.
So where would the steps come in? On the
Actually,
apartment
you can
side?
see them. You can actually see them on this drawing. Actually, you know what, Jessica, if you could zoom in to the entrance by the residential building, it should show up. There you go. You see that black dot at the lower left of the Whole Foods, right
Yes.
there? That's
Right.
actually that's a staircase.
Okay.
So there would be a crosswalk, right?
So there's
Actually,
sidewalk at the bottom of the staircase, right?
Yep, and then you go up the staircase and right into the Whole Foods, right into the sort of the front entrance of the Whole Foods.
And then if you were coming back, you got to wait on the sidewalk to cross the street. You got to cross the street, right?
Yes.
Okay. I guess you'll put signage we'll do like California, yield the pedestrians, something like that?
Yes, that's the idea.
That's the existing staircase, right?
Yeah, it's there now. I believe it's there now.
Yeah, no, my son always preferred using that.
Yep.
I have no more questions. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Seth.
Thanks, Don.
All right, I have a couple, just probably brief. Have you looked into a skywalk to just walk like a little bridge or elevated walkway to eliminate waiting for traffic crossing right there? Is that for Seth, I think?
It's physically possible. I don't know if it's financially feasible. Those things are expensive. They have to also, you have to be pretty high up there because you've got to get trucks under it because you have the Whole Foods loading on the other side of it.
Right. Just safe. They're just thinking safe pedestrian.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I mean, that's the ultimate goal is if anything goes forward, to be completely pedestrian safe and even bicycle safe and integrate the whole property to the rest of the environment and the rest of the community and you know, all those proponents that we talked about earlier about you know, development going forward and future potential all mentions tying the community into a walkable, bicycle friendly environment. So just going along with those things. Just on a side note, it sounds like Joe and Dom need to go to Miller's Ale House at rush hour and try to drive out of the mall. If they could do some brainstorming there.
After a few drinks.
And
I like the idea. I like it.
Yeah, right. And the other idea was who owns Lukoil? Is it worth, you know, trying to get that to alleviate that pressure point? But I think Amy had any questions. I'm done answering traffic questions right now. But Amy, did you have anything to say to follow up?
I see getting into the mall, but there's like no easy way to get out of the mall, right? So like if people want to turn onto Germantown, are we forcing everyone to go around and exit onto Hickory? Because it's that same bottleneck there that Dom's talking about. And if we want to focus on making it pedestrian safe, there's no way to cross Germantown Pike safely on foot because everyone coming out of the mall at Lawnfall, you can turn right on red. And whether there's someone in the crosswalk or not,
Yeah.
people turn right on red. They'll run you over. I hit a car with my hand one time trying to get across that intersection.
Just for general purposes, talking to all the members of the community, my friends in the area, as soon as this is mentioned, they all yell traffic. Oh, you got to be kidding me. So it's Dom's on point with the concerns. Amy's on point. This is a general feedback that we're all getting about the project. So.
But I'm just saying to make it pedestrian safe, there's a lot of people that live on the other side of Germantown Pike. And that's why if you're ever driving down Germantown Pike, people run across the street outside of a crosswalk because the crosswalks aren't safe. You can't safely cross Germantown Pike. And if we're adding 500 apartments, we've got to make a safe way for pedestrians to get across the street because more people are going to be walking to the mall. Then once you get across the street, there's no sidewalks to get across Germantown into the mall. So, I mean, that's something that I don't see any plan. This isn't in the form of a question, but I don't.
Amy, the first question you asked about is, are we forcing everybody out to Hickory? The answer is no.
Okay.
We're leaving the access the way that we are. This access on Germantown Pike, what we're looking at is something that we think will improve how to get out of the mall by eliminating the inbound left. We believe it'll work better getting out. So from the standpoint of getting out, we think it'll be easier to get out onto Germantown Pike than it is today once this change is made.
I'm going to propose that if you're leaving the mall and you're going out there, you shouldn't be allowed to turn right. You should have to go straight and turn right at the next entrance.
Well, I was going to say, when we get, if this progresses and we actually get into actually making these changes, we would definitely look at that traffic signal to see does it need some type of, pedestrian addition to it? Or do we need to, are the pedestrian volumes high enough that we need to prohibit the right on red? So we could look at those things, if it goes further. But definitely, it's a good point. It's a good point about the crossing Germantown Pike.
Any other questions for Mr. DeSantis? Any other board questions for any of the, I think there's Mr. Campbell, was also a applicant's witness, and I don't know if anybody has any questions for Mr. Campbell regarding water and sewer.
I had a question.
Is Mr. Campbell here?
Oh.
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, there he is. Thank you. Go ahead. Denise, did you have a question?
Hi, yeah. Well, my question was, I had a note from last month that the sewer and water line would be connected to Lawnfall Road and Arthur's Court. And I was just wondering what adverse effects that would have on the residents of those blocks in Lawnfall and Arthur's Court when you're adding 500 units using the same sewer and water line. Would there be any adverse?
No. Short answer is no. There's the line going down Lawnfall comes down Germantown Pike. So there, you have a few residents that are along Lawnfall Road before it gets down to Arthur's Court. And the commercial properties that are along there, Dunkin' Donuts, Luke Oil, Mattress Firm. I mean, there's not a whole lot of flow coming out of any of those facilities on a regular basis, particularly not peak flow hours. So we're talking about 60,000 gallon a day flow rate when the line holds 800,000 gallons a day. So there's plenty of capacity in that line. Downstream of that, the line has a capacity of 2 million gallons a day and is currently running about less than half full. So ultimately, we're adding a couple more inches in there. So we've got a 12-inch line that would be running at about 8 inches instead of currently 6 inches. So there's plenty of capacity still left in that line.
Okay. So those additional units wouldn't change.
It's really, residential flows have minimal impact on in the grand scheme of things.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Campbell?
Amy, any questions?
No, I mean, if you've done all the tests and you're confirming that there's no issue, it just seems like that would add a great deal of pressure on those lines.
Yeah, residential flows are generally peak flows. They often don't match up. The flow period times are not matching up the same as commercial flows, number one. So your peak flows are coming at 7 o'clock in the morning and your commercial flows are coming at a later time. But regardless, regardless, there's not a whole lot of flow. We're talking about 60,000 gallon a day flow rate coming out of that on lines that hold 800,000 coming down the 8-inch line and 2 million through the 12-inch line. So there's a lot of capacity in the system as it is right now.
Okay.
Brian, any questions?
Yeah, I just, Dave Conroy, it seems to me, didn't you mention that there was some issue about pipe width or pipe size? I may have been mistaken.
Yeah, there was an existing choke point that needs to be upgraded, and it was estimated at 1.2 million to fix it. And the tie-in fees that the township was gonna get was 800,000.
That remains to be calculated, I think, depending on how those numbers come out. But yes. Yeah.
Okay, but the idea is that the fees generated from usage by the residents of the apartment building would compensate for at least part of that.
It's a tie-in fee to tie into the existing infrastructure, but the upgrade it needs to be done as is, but this would exacerbate the issue.
Okay. The only other question is, are there any implications for sewage treatment from this additional flow?
None that I'm aware of. The plant has capacity.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Dom?
Yeah, I just need a little bit of clarification here because I understood it differently. And it's really on the sanitary sewer, not the storm sewer, right? The sanitary sewer is what you're tapping into at Longfall Road. And that's a 12-inch pipe. But then it goes down the road somewhere and it turns into an 8-inch pipe. And is that what we're talking about is where the problem is?
No, it does turn back into an 8-inch. It goes from a 12 to an 8, but at that point, the slope picks up substantially. So when the slope is that great, it actually has a higher capacity downstream of the 12-inch because it's running so steep. So it's almost, like you're going over a waterfall at that point. So you get a lot more flow falling through that section of pipe. But downstream, it goes down to behind the Metroplex. There's a railroad crossing. That railroad crossing is a 10-inch line that picks up a large area, not just what's coming from Plymouth Meeting Mall, Lawn Fall, that area, the rest of Germantown Pike. There's a whole nother area that ties in to that section. I mean, there's a 18 and 24-inch lines that tie in down in that area before it crosses the railroad. That's the part that's a pinch point. That's been on the township's radar, I think, for at least 10 years or more now. It's something that they've continued to look at. My understanding from talking with the township sewer engineer, Alan Mason, is they have a conceptual design for relocating that crossing, moving it downstream. The cost of that was, we said 1.2 million or 1.4 million to do that relocation and crossing in order to alleviate the problem there.
And that's what we saw the budget of last meeting, right? Last month?
Correct.
Somebody put up a budget and it was
Yes.
7 digits to fix something. So is there a problem? There's a problem with that now. Whether you put 500 apartments or 200 apartments or 300 apartments, that pinch, as you call it, is a problem now? Or do we create a problem by adding to it?
Well, obviously, we don't make a problem better by adding to it, but no, it's a problem now. I mean, it's a problem. It was a problem 5 years ago, and we built hotels and coming into that line. So, yeah, it continues to be an issue.
The hotels on the Gravers Road went on into that line?
Yes.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob.
I'm good too. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, any more questions from any of the board members for any of Mr. Kaplan's witnesses? Okay, seeing none and seeing the late hour, Mr. Chairman, I would be appropriate to entertain a motion to continue this hearing until Monday, February 15th at 6:00 PM via Zoom.
Could we get a motion to continue?
I'll make a motion to continue until February 15th at 6 PM via Zoom.
Motion, we have a second?
Second.
Dom seconds that. Thank you. All right, Mr. Sander, back to you.
Yeah, just call for a vote, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call vote. Amy,
In favor.
Denise,
In favor.
Brian,
In favor.
Dom,
In favor.
and I am in favor. Thank you.
Okay, we're continued until then, at which time we will pick up with Mr. Muso's next witness.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Let me say one thing before we go. Mr. Muso, you had Mr. Amy. We're done for tonight, but can Mr. Amy come back in case there are any follow-up questions for him? Is he available?
Amy, are you still on? Yeah, I see Mr. Amy. Can you come back on the 15th in case the board members have questions for you?
Yes, I can be available.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. Yes, he'll be.
Thank you. All right, we're adjourned for the evening.